In almost about 20 years, when I first appeared on Jeff Rent's to tell people about how the Eyes Wide Shut movie by Stanley Kubrick was true, now, finally, it took 20 years, but everybody is watching the Epstein files and learning that, yes, indeed, this Eyes Wide Shut has taken over Western civilization. And this is now undeniable. And I'd like you to take a look at this viral video, sort of a CG reconstruction of, a summary of the Epstein Island business, so take a look at that. It sort of speaks for itself, but of course a lot of people are missing from that. But the important thing I want to point out here is that this really is biblical. This is a system of government that goes back literally thousands of years. I would suggest that when Moses went to Mount Sinai to get the Ten Commandments, that's when the Jewish people became enslaved by the satanic cult, and it has continued to this day, and this may be finally ending. However, I do note that in the United States, they're trying to say, nobody's being arrested even though they're implicated. Howard Lutnick is still there. The fake Trump is still there. But in the UK, the police are actually making criminal investigations of the Lord Mandelson, the British ambassador to the United States, over his visit there, and that's going to topple the government. The same thing is happening in Norway. So, there is a real crackdown in part of the English world, but of course the United States is still to be liberated, and we ask people in the military and the police to go up the chain of command and ask why nobody has been arrested. Hillary Clinton is supposed to, and Bill Clinton are supposed to appear and testify. Remember, they're actually members of the Rockefeller family. Clinton is not their real name, the same as the Podestas. They're also Rockefellers, etc. I mean, they've been infiltrating the government with people like that. And now, at this point, I'd like to talk about Donald Trump, because I know that a lot of my viewers and readers are fans of Donald Trump, and I was the biggest fan of all, I think, because the Trump I supported was backed by the Harriman family. These are one of the founding families of the Federal Reserve Board, and they were fighting against the Rockefellers to drain the swamp. And the first Trump administration did a good job of draining Hollywood, and they were stopped with a stolen election by Obama, who's a Hitler descendant, and then, as I keep saying, the Harriman Trump who came back into power last year, and for the first 6 months he was working very hard to clean, and then boom, he was replaced by the fake we see now, who is controlled by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. And as we know from the Epstein files now, Jeffrey Epstein was an agent of the Rothschilds. He was a front man for them. And the name that comes up is Ariane de Rothschild, who is the head of the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. And this, of course, is one of the banks that owns the Bank of Japan, which now brings me to the reason why I delayed this report for a day. I went yesterday to a remote part of Japan to meet the new head of the three-legged crow secret society in Japan that runs the Shinto religion, and they told me a lot of stuff. These are real people, and they are definitely powerful and connected here in Japan. But I'm just going to tell you what they told me. You can decide for yourself if you want to believe it or not. But they say they are the Japanese royals are Sephardic Jews. They can trace their ancestry back to Joseph, and they say they've been intermarrying with European royals for more than 1,000 years, and that's what the dragon family is. They also say that the Japanese emperor is a Habsburg. I've said this before, but I've reconfirmed it. And this group claims, again, they have gold to help back a reboot for the Western financial system, the Western world. Once again, I've heard this so many times. I say, well, show me the freaking gold. Give me some proof. They promise they will, but I'm not holding my breath. But nonetheless, they do control. They have agreed they're going to help take over the Bank of Japan, and we've also confirmed with the Empress Dowager Michiko and Prince William that they're willing to support a new future planning agency to replace the current system, which is controlled by the Rothschild family. This is the source of their power. They create money out of nothing, and then they hand it out to their buddies, and they use it to hire high-level hitmen and try to maintain their control. And they're fighting very hard now. If you take a look at this picture here of this bearded guy, I've been told that this is Jeffrey Epstein and that he's still alive. And I was told at the time, too, that he was still alive by my Mossad connections. So if we can get him to testify against the Rothschilds, that would be a great move, because that would help liberate the United States from these people. It's very important to take away their control of the financial system, because that's the source of their power. And it is a system that literally goes back thousands of years. So it is biblical. But if we step back and look at the big picture, it's a battle over the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And right now, we are headed by a group of people whose only vision of the future seems to be to start World War III. They're still at it. They're trying to provoke Cuba with a blockade. They're once again trying to attack Iran. And by the way, Iran, I'm getting information that they are saying in order to stop the attempt to overthrow their government, the number that Iranian exiles in Australia are sending me is 50,000 people were killed to stop this Israeli-led overthrow. And the video you're about to see now apparently is the bodies being burned to cover up evidence. I don't know if it's true or not, but it could well be. But nonetheless, an Israeli takeover of Iran would have not have been a good thing, because their goal wasn't to take over Iran. Their goal was to start World War III. The justice is now closing in on them as their systematic and industrial torture of children is coming to light, and the justice is closing in on them. And a very worrying thing, if there is in the Epstein files, there is one mention that they're going to start World War III on February 8th, which is tomorrow. Clearly, the START Treaty, which is limiting the amount of nuclear weapons that the Soviet Union and the U.S. had, expired on February 6th. They didn't, renew it. And clearly, these fanatics are going to try to destroy the planet rather than be dragged from their palaces and forced to face justice. So please be on high alert. We need to make sure that they don't have any chance of starting all-out nuclear war. This is very important. Face justice for the horrific crimes which have been going on for literally thousands of years. So it's an important battle, and to try to expose these people. Many of my colleagues, for example, Christopher Story, was poisoned for exposing George Bush Sr., and but George Bush Sr. was then subsequently executed, so that's one. And then, of course, Neil Keenan, head of CIA in Europe, so that's another one. Robert David Steele, who found the servers where they did the financing for the adrenochrome because it would threaten the British monarchy. This is what I was told. So he's another one who went down. Here in Japan, Kawase Takamasa helped me a lot and provided me protection at an essential moment. So it's been a long fight, and the reason I don't interview people, like people ask me why don't I talk to Henry Mako or Castor Austin Fitz or any of these people, and the reason is because they've been murdering people who interview me, and I don't want to threaten anybody's lives. So the people, I do have high-level people in the agencies, including Mossad, CIA, MI6, the royal families, who support me, but they stay anonymous, and very few of us are willing to put our faces out there. But at this point, I think it's time that we really go for the jugular. We finish this off once and for all. It's been going on way too long, and it has to end. And one way to do it is, again, expose the fact that Donald Trump has been replaced by a phony, and the Trump movement that he inspired is still alive. The people who want what Trump was supposed to do are still there, and we support them, and we support their agenda. Make America great again, drain the swamp, get rid of the illegal criminals who were brought in to create social instability. All those things we support, and we need to uncover this fakery. So a good place to start would be with Hillary Clinton, and I posted a video of her torturing this was found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Out of the 12 New York policemen who saw this video, 9 were killed, the 3 are in hiding. She needs to face justice for that. Same with Barack Obama. He needs to be publicly put on trial for torturing and murdering that young Japanese girl that was provided to him. We put evidence of that out there too. These people need to face justice. Enough is enough. This has gone on way too long, and they're still desperately also trying to censor things. I was looking for the original Bild article where Vladimir Putin's wife, this is a famous German newspaper, there's an article, I have a paper copy of it, by an avatar, a fake, and this is true of so many leaders. We need to get rid of fake actors reading scripts from anonymous scriptwriters. We need to have real leaders who are actually selected by the people. For example, Nigel Farage, he's the real deal. He's not a blackmailed pedophile. We need people like that in the United States as well. I think Thomas Massey is one, and he's been very, very helpful in getting these files out. He's under attack. People like him need your support. We need to finish this off now. What we don't want for sure is for them to say, okay, well, that's it. The Epstein files have been released, now let's move along, let's pretend nothing happened, and then pretend nothing happened. No. You face the death penalty for stuff like that, and that's what we need. We need to get rid of these people. Now, the Rothschilds have been in touch with me. They say they want to get, be exiled to the Kerguelen Islands in the middle of nowhere. I don't mind if they want to flee there now. They better do it while they still can, because they're not going to have much more time. The dragnet is closing in, and this is going to happen. And again, there's a lot I can't talk about my meeting with the three-legged crow, but we do have very powerful people in Asian secret societies, in the Western intelligence community, and many other places who are ready and willing to take action. We need this to happen. And again, we have, funding. We have a $50 trillion grant from the Dragon family that will be used to eliminate debt in the West, end the Babylonian debt slavery, and then start a system where the people decide what kind of future they want, and then they hire the smartest people on earth to figure out how to make it happen. That's the kind of system we're trying to set up, and we're going to start it off with a jubilee, canceling all debt, and then returning all the money that was stolen through central bank fraud by these people who create money out of nothing, which is essentially parasitical. We're not going to punish entrepreneurs and businessmen who created value. These people will continue business in a much more stable and competent environment. But the fraudsters will be removed from the system so that the West does not become overwhelmed by China, which is what's going to happen unless we change our system of economic management, and that means removing these satanic parasites. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Firstly, do you believe that Epstein is still alive? There have been reports of sightings of him within Israel as well as on his island via satellite images. Furthermore, there are some online gaming accounts that he purportedly had used to lure children that have been active since his death.
Yeah, I was told at the time that he was alive, and they even sent me a photograph of him still alive after the date. And I'm pretty sure he's still alive, but here's the thing. He may not be for much longer because the Rothschilds don't want him to be able to testify against them. So I would suggest that he be put under witness protection ASAP and then brought out in public to tell us everything. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How do we reconcile the fact that Nasara Gassara reads identically into the NWO WEF Global Reset? They are essentially saying we can make communism work this time using this method.
Uh, Nasara Gassara was a good idea in certain ways when it was put out decades ago, but it's just been an ongoing con job. And I don't support it at all because basically they're saying, yeah, you buy these. Well, it's been used by con artists saying, give us some money and then you'll get trillions later. It's not going to happen. If we have a jubilee and a redistribution, it's not going to be a few insiders who bought in first. It's going to be very public. It's going to be all over the newspapers and the internet for months and months before it actually happens. It's not going to be some little secret thing where insiders who buy in first get money. This is a con job. So stay away from Nasara, Gassara, and stay away from, Zimbabwe dollars and Iraqi dinars and Vietnamese dong. It's all a con job. It's not going to work that way. It's going to be very public and it's going to be fair for everybody. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What is your take on both gold and silver? Both have gone way up recently in price, extremely fast, and then it dropped back down now significantly, which may have been pressured by several governments. What are your thoughts of holding these long term? You, in the past, had recommended purchasing things that could be used, such as land or food. What are your thoughts on gold and silver?
Well, the problem with gold, well, of course, you know the story of King Midas, right? He was given one wish, and he wished that everything he touched turned into gold. And as a result, he starved to death because every time he touched food, it turned into gold and he couldn't eat it. But on a more fundamental level, what's the problem is that most of the world's gold is owned outside of the West, and the controllers of the Western financial system would only recognize gold that had their ingot, their stamp on it as money. So you could go to a Chinese jewelry store and buy a bunch of gold jewelry. It's real gold. You wouldn't be able to sell it in the West because it doesn't have that stamp. So at a certain point, a huge supply of gold is going to be made available because most of the world's gold does not have that stamp on it. And that's the risk with gold. And the reason it's risen so much recently is because the controllers of the West are trying to use their fiat money to get people to sell their jewelry so they can get gold to pay their debts to the Asians. So temporarily, I would stay away from gold personally. But if you look at it historically, the amount of gold you needed to buy a tailor-made suit in ancient Rome or 19th century England or current day New York is about the same. So it's a very stable storage system for wealth. The same with silver. Ancient, cuneiform texts, from thousands of years ago reveal that the amount of grain you could buy with a certain amount of silver is the same as it is today as it was thousands of years ago. So it is very stable, but more important is farmland, houses, things that you directly can enjoy. Even a car, anything that's personally usable by you. This should be the number one priority. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Could you shed some light on the dragons and their stance on the existence of Tartaria, since the main regions were right in their backyard? Tartaria, as a model society that realized economic discipline in ways we could only dream of and functioned without money, without scarcity, without greed, and without fear until it was destroyed by bankers. Today, if debts were to be signed away, if gold is reinstalled as our basis, this was the same basis that led us to the present stranglehold of the globalists. Why should we expect any different now? African tribes that have survived for countless thousands of years have, as a rule, the richest gives away those riches every 7 years to avoid being overtaken by one person. Why not try to revive the Tartarian method and build in safeguards against future abuse?
I'm going to withhold my judgment on Tartaria because I've asked Russians about this and I've asked Asians about this and they never heard of it. It's almost like it's from an alternative timeline. However, I do know, for example, the West Coast First Nations in Canada had a system called potlatch where someone would invite everybody to this house for a party, and during the course of this party, he would give away every single thing he owned, and that gave him great status, and it kept, the wealth evenly distributed. But certainly, we need to have a new system that's not based on debt slavery, and this is going to be something that I think will have to be publicly discussed, and then we'll need to use the scientific method, which means you try different things and see what works. But the idea is to make us all be able to live like millionaires or billionaires and not have a lot of inequality, and also be able to finance exponential progress. That's the sort of the basic agreement we reached with the Asians was that from now on our purpose as a species will be to increase the amount and variety of life, including human life, and we'll try out different systems to see what reaches that goal most efficiently. But yeah, it's going to be very different, and it's going to be a lot of public discussion because this isn't something that's going to be top down. This is going to be bottom up. Okay, well that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week. And remember, we need to prevent these people from destroying the planet in order to avoid facing justice. This is the number one priority. We need to bring these people to justice, and humanity is going to wake up from a very long nightmare, and a new age is dawning. Okay, well thanks, and hope to see you next week.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR Update, compiled by Judy Byington. In other less important news, with the new Gold Asset-Backed Quantum Financial System active online, major banks were closing across the globe. For years, they have functioned on fiat currency. The two most powerful banks in America, Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase, were already freezing customer accounts. It was strongly advised that you withdraw monies from your bank, keep some cash to use during this transition period, and or invest it in gold or silver until you can access your account on the new system. Sources claimed major banking and financial institutions had long been preparing for a controlled fall of the current fiat dollar-based system to happen by Saturday, January 31st. Did not happen. The deep state cabal was planning on controlling a financial reset where you had no choice but to join a digital non-asset-backed currency system where the Satan-worshipping global elites had complete control over the people. The biggest concern of our present banking system was that us borrowers, including the government, have become servants to the lender. We no longer have sovereignty. The nation becomes addicted to the loans and therefore has been ruled by banks. In 1871, the District of Columbia Organic Act altered the legal structure through which the United States operates. While the nation remained geographically intact, governance increasingly adopted corporate and commercial principles. Over time, this shift reframed citizenship from sovereign status toward administrative participation in a financial system governed by statutory law rather than constitutional primacy. In other words, the Satan-worshipping cabal blackmailed Congress into passing laws on use of taxpayer dollars. Doing so, they took sovereignty powers guaranteed by the Constitution away from the people and transferred the power of how that money could be used to the global elite's own pockets. Since 1913, our fractional reserve banking system has allowed banks to lend up to 10 to 12 as much money than they actually have. 10 to 12 times as much money as they actually have. It allows banks to consolidate the wealth of the nation and thus control the nation. Banks then can no longer operate in the public interest. The 1933 gold confiscation formalized this transformation. By removing gold from public hands and replacing it with fiat currency, real assets were exchanged for trust-based instruments managed by centralized institutions. Since then, purchasing power has steadily eroded, while public dependency on credit has expanded. Then there is the cabal's ongoing crime that has never been addressed. Since changing the Constitution back in 1913, the privately owned by banksters Federal Reserve and IRS collect our tax monies, send it to their privately owned UK Crown Bank of London, then on to the privately owned Vatican, then to their privately owned central banks across the globe. About a month later, the U.S. tax monies are back at a privately owned New York bank where they charge us interest to use our own monies. Congress has been continually blackmailed to keep the bankers in power. They allow taxpayer monies to be laundered out to privately owned non-government organizations, with some of the monies laundered back into the pockets of the Congresspeople who passed the bills. Under the Trump administration, Congresspeople and banksters who do this were headed to prison. The most powerful men in the world's banks have already been arrested. Many will face firing squads at Gitmo. Many already have. With the changeover to the new financial system, in the coming days, you might want to watch for bank outages or limits on withdrawals, extreme stock market swings or temporary closures, communication or power interruptions labeled as routine tests, quiet legal or political actions against high-level figures. And we have a quote from an anon in hiding. I'm not an a-hole. I am actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your BS. Sorry, I didn't want to curse. Monday, February 9th, Project Odin and martial law U.S. military alert. Trump's global military alliance is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide while executing mass arrests based on over 500,000 sealed indictments. This requires global martial law and comes with a 10-day communication blackout. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATM, and phones. Only working for 9/11 calls. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite. Fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests will play 3 times a day after the 10 days of darkness. We will reconnect to a new quantum internet. Finance, health, and commerce? Gone. A new age is coming. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live. Military on standby. Nassara payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays. Canceled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Number 1, local power flickers, followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. Number 2, news channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. 3, payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. Number 4, airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means, the blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one can runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours, water light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity with quantum ID card. Jasara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Tuesday, February 10th, attention. What was built in silence is now fully operational. Redemption networks are active under silent protocols. FBI Director Kash Patel, Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Redemption centers have entered restricted visibility mode, but operations are live. Access codes have already been seeded into the system. Those who prepared in advance will recognize the signals immediately. Rates are locked. Liquidity has been positioned. Final pathways are secured. Protection remains in place. All operational nodes continue under controlled security, coverage to ensure uninterrupted execution. Final instructions are imminent. Distribution follows confirmation, not speculation. The sequence is irreversible. Watch your inbox. This phase does not repeat. The financial reset is now fully unstoppable. Tuesday, February 10th, 2026, Global Currency Reset inside the redemption operation. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you're about to read is the uncompromising truth about redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under Nassar-Jassar protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with Q phones, Q laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation? Reclamation. Returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution, reparation. Undoing decades of constitutional theft, taxes, interests, property seizures, debt, slavery. Redemption. The exchange of currencies, Zim bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use. The rest fuels humanitarian projects. Zim bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, Dong, and others hit double-digit rates. XRP already mirrored into quantum accounts. True value, 1 million per token.
Ending income tax. People don't get how big it is when Trump talks about getting rid of income tax, If you want America to be free and independent, getting rid of the income tax is one of the most important things you can do. We are slaves to debt. The Fed is not part of the government. It's a world bank that is owned by one person. The U.S. government does not own or control it. Congress gave the Fed control of the U.S. monetary system in 1913 and passed the 16th Amendment. We, the people, are the security. They can take your house, car, and freedom. If you don't pay, they will send you to federal prison and take all your things. The government doesn't make you pay income tax. The World Bank Fed does. There is a Fed in almost every country in the world. That's the cabal. The deep state in our country is their puppet. We used to call the cabal the Illuminati and their plan the New World Order. People who say nothing is happening and turn on Trump don't understand. If you follow the who controls the world rabbit hole, you'll end up at the owners of the Fed. They control the puppets. If Trump gets rid of income tax, it will break the chains and make it possible to get rid of the IRS and the Fed. The end of the gold standard was the biggest con job in history. Instead of being backed by gold, the dollar became credit-based. The Fed only needed paper, ink, and printers. They make money and lend it to us with interest. Think about going to buy a gold bar and getting a brick of fool's gold instead. Then they break off a piece of chuck to pay for the work that goes into making it look like a real gold bar. I could talk about other things that are going on, but this is it. Besides the arrests of pedophiles and traffickers, we won't win if we don't get rid of income tax and take control back from the Fed. We aren't free as long as we owe money to the Fed. Before you say nothing is happening, think about the whole picture. You don't have to agree with everything Trump does or says, but he's changing the rules. It's just the first year. We can't give the guy 4 years and then go crazy in the first year. I'm tired like everyone else, if not more, but we have to do this. There's no way to avoid it.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. Monday, February 9th. We have a link alert Trump just did to 66 organizations what nobody thought possible. World leaders stunned. In one fell swoop by signing Executive Order 14199, Trump defunded and closed 66 international organizations which have actively worked against U.S. interests and undermined the U.S., including 31 connected to the UN. Monday, February 9th, Kanye West. They can't control me. They can control Shaq. They could control Charles Barkley. They could control LeBron James. They can control Jay-Z and Beyonce. But they can't control me. My mama was sacrificed. The truth is going to be heard. Nasara Jasara on Telegram. Tuesday, February 10th, breaking. The UN has issued a letter to its 193 member states warning that they face imminent financial collapse after Donald Trump cut U.S. funding. Tuesday, February 10th, Fox News breaking. Tom Homan just announced Minnesota police chiefs are done with the BS. They will respond to 911 calls and protect federal immigration agents from leftist rioters. Stand down orders officially dead. The chiefs I talked to committed to responding to 9/11 calls when protesters turn violent. Agents are in a dangerous situation and there is assaults. They committed to responding. Boom, no more letting mobs attack ICE while cops sit on their hands. Law enforcement stepping up, backing the feds, and putting safety first. Tuesday, February 10th, so you have a Mexican senator who lives in Arizona representing Mexican Americans in Arizona, who is in the Mexican Senate introducing legislation, voting on bills, advising the government how to help Mexican Americans in the country. Disgusting. Tuesday, February 10th, as we've said before, vessel strikes on narco-terrorists will continue until the poisoning of the American people stops. Today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by a designated terrorist organization. The vessel was trafficked narcotics in the Caribbean and was struck in international waters. No U.S. forces were harmed in the strike. and 3 male narco-terrorists who were aboard the vessel were killed. To all narco-terrorists who threaten our homeland, if you want to stay alive, stop trafficking drugs. If you keep trafficking deadly drugs, we will kill you, Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. Tuesday, February 10th, Senator Joni Ernst has revealed that IRS employees owe $50 million in unpaid taxes. Yes, what hypocrites. The people who enforce the tax laws aren't paying them. Let that sink in. Nearly 6,000 IRS employees, almost 10% of the agency, have significant unpaid tax balances. Average amount owed about $8,000 per employee. These are not recent bills. Many are from prior years. Some didn't even file. Judge Judy note, perhaps it was because they knew that privately owned by foreign bankers, IRS taxes were illegal and they didn't have to. X.com. Tuesday, February 10th, the final red pill. The debt narrative is inverted. For decades, citizens have been conditioned to believe they are burdened by debt, personally and nationally. Yet a closer examination of the financial system suggests a different reality. The public has not merely been taxed and indebted, but structurally positioned as collateral within a debt-based monetary framework. The U.S. debt clock is often dismissed as an abstract display of runaway numbers. In truth, it reflects a deeper imbalance. Behind the official figures lies an estimated $169 trillion in extracted value generated through taxation, inflation, debt instruments, and currency dilution. If distributed proportionally, this sum would represent roughly $495,000 per American citizen. Instead of acknowledgement, the public is told to accept austerity for obligations they did not create. From republic to corporate structure. In 1871, the District of Columbia Organic Act altered the legal structure through which the United States operates. While the nation remained geographically intact, governance increasingly adopted corporate and commercial principles. Over time, this shift reframed citizenship from sovereign status toward administrative participation in a financial system governed by statutory law rather than constitutional primacy. The 1933 gold confiscation formalized this transformation by removing gold from public hands and replacing it with fiat currency. Real assets were exchanged for trust-based instruments managed by centralized institutions. Since then, purchasing power has steadily eroded while public dependency on credit has expanded. Legal identity and financial representation. Modern administrative systems distinguish between the living individual and the legal persona used for contracts, taxation, and compliance. This legal construct, created at birth and referenced across financial and governmental systems, enables large-scale economic coordination, but also obscures accountability. Most people interact with institutions exclusively through this framework, never questioning its implications. The result is a population that produces value while remaining disconnected from ownership of the systems built upon that value. Where the wealth went. Wealth of this magnitude does not disappear, it consolidates. Central banking mechanisms, perpetual debt issuance, and inflationary policy have redirected public value into institutional balance sheets, while maintaining the narrative of public liability. The greatest illusion has been convincing the productive class that it is perpetually indebted rather than foundational. The reset conversation. Calls for debt jubilees and systematic resets stem from this imbalance. These discussions are not about handouts, but structural correction. A legitimate reset would require transparency, asset accountability, and a reassessment of value creation versus value capture. Emerging technologies, blockchain, AI auditing systems, and asset-backed digital settlement challenge opacity. They make extraction visible, traceable, and hard to conceal. Why this matters? This is not merely a financial debate. It is a question of sovereignty, identity, and consent. A system that relies on public trust while systematically devaluing public contribution cannot sustain legitimacy indefinitely. The issue is not whether a reset will occur, but who defines it and on whose terms. The narrative of debt is unraveling. What replaces it will define the next era. Welcome to the Great Awakening, the final phase of the plan to save the world activated. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Military law. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000 plus troops in 360 cities, which were making mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal, pedophiles, Satanist traitors. Q military Delta Force Special Forces ready. Q Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of War. Pray, trust the plan. Freedom is not an ownership, it is a stewardship. Truth is a light discovered in silence. Judy note, multiple high-level sources have confirmed that the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. According to the MAGA King platform on Telegram, Monday, February 9th, 2026, the military, White Hats, and Space Force assets were now in full control of the global communications grid. The Starlink constellation was locked and loaded for a truth bomb. The mainstream satellites would be offline within hours. The legacy media towers have been silenced. It was reported. It will be known as the hottest week in financial history. Nasara Jasar now in effect. The new digital gold asset-backed currency ISO 20022 fully live. Tier 4B, us the internet group who held foreign currencies and Zim bonds, will be first in motion. America had been headed for total destruction by the deep state cabal, global elite, pedophile Satanists before Trump and his white hat global military alliance implemented the Q movement's plan to save the world. That was in January 2016. When Trump stepped in as U.S. President over traitor Barack Obama. It had been 155 years in the planning. Now it could be implemented. The Q movement's plan actually had its origins back in 1861, with a few military generals who put Lincoln in as U.S. President for the purpose of abolishing the Khazarian mafia bankers' slave trade. The Khazarian bankers did not like that. They had controlled the world's money supply for centuries. Actually, from the beginning, they were believed to have origins in Babylonia and were descendants of the ancient pagan Quintus tribe. First-century historian Flavius Josephus claimed the Quintus tribe were descendants of Cain and wore the mark of Cain, an equal-sided red cross on their forehead or back of their hand, as a sign they could not be punished for crimes which included pedophilia and kidnapping to use the innocents in their child sacrifices required for their worship of Satan. They believed in doing so, they were rewarded with wealth, power, and glory. By 1913, Khazarian descendant, Satan-worshipping bankers, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, managed to change the U.S. Constitution so as to eventually form their privately owned U.S. Inc., Federal Reserve and IRS. They collected and funneled all U.S. taxpayer monies to the UK Crown of England in London, Vatican Bank, and then to their central banks across the globe. A month or so later, the funds were returned their New York bank, where they charged the U.S. government interest to use their own monies to pay federal employees. The Q movement became more formalized when the Khazarian bankers arranged the 1963 assassination of President J.F. Kennedy. As with Lincoln, Kennedy was trying to replace the failing U.S. dollar with silver-backed currency. Kennedy's grave at Arlington Cemetery was surrounded by a large sidewalk in the shape of a Q. Although some in the military complex adhered to the deep state cabal, after Kennedy was shot, around 30 Pentagon generals joined the Q movement to eventually put in Donald Trump as U.S. president, a government outsider, billionaire who couldn't be blackmailed. The Q movement had an overwhelming amount of opposition. Deep state traders were supported by Satan-worshipping Khazarian bankers and various drug, gun-running, child kidnapping mafias, plus the Zionists, CIA, Vatican, and Chinese communists, Democratic parties, through their money laundering and pedophile. Project Trinity was in effect, a Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem Black Op network that blocked the gold-backed quantum financial system and Nassara activation. They wanted to keep us in debt slavery, but by Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the White Hat's military made sure the new quantum financial system was fully online, taking over the cabal's debt-ridden fiat dollar SWIFT system. Also by Sunday, February 1st, 2026, and with help from Trump's global military alliance, the constitutional republic was fully restored under common law, while the UK Crown's maritime law was no longer in effect, and the cabal's debt slavery SWIFT financial system was extinct. This week, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies in 209 nations was now fully underway, and debt slavery was dead. An EBS activation, including martial law to usher in 10 days of darkness. The mainstream media would be taken down, so only truth could be broadcast worldwide on all TV, radio, internet, and social medias. The new Starlink satellite system was up and ready for the emergency broadcast system rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming to wipe out the last remnants of fake news and deep state censorship. Banks were closing, with over 700 banker licenses already revoked. Cabal assets seized and redistributed. Redemption centers were ready for Tier 4B appointments, with notifications any moment now. Welcome to the Great Awakening. The old world was dying so the new golden age could be birthed. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000 plus troops in 360 cities, which were right now making mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal. Monday, February 9th, EBS, Project Odin, martial law, and Telegram. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATMs and phones, only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide, non-stop 24/7 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite. Fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been waiting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce gone. A new age is coming. Global currency reset, Monday, February 9th. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live, military on standby, Nassar payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed, 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, RVGCR update. The floodgates are now wide open. Nassara on Telegram. The global currency reset and revaluation phase are no longer operating in the shadows. They are live, active, and accelerating right now. The old fiat system is finished. The era of financial enslavement is collapsing in real time. Sources close to the operation confirm the quantum financial system is now asserting full dominance across the globe. Control has shifted. The cabal's financial infrastructure is breaking apart, and their grip is slipping fast. What was once delayed, blocked, and manipulated is now executing without restraint. Redemption activity is surging worldwide. Centers are active, secured, and buzzing. Tier 4B movement is increasing rapidly, with notifications and appointments triggering. Screens are being prepared, rates are staged, and exchanges are lining up for immediate execution. This phase is about to unleash the largest transfer of wealth in human history back to the people. The green light is confirmed. Legacy systems are being shut down. Old banking rails are obsolete, and the new architecture is in control. Emergency broadcast infrastructure is locked and ready. Information suppression is failing. Licenses are being revoked. Assets seized and whistleblowers rewarded as accountability finally arrives. The parasites who drained nations for decades are being removed one by one. Tribunals are accelerating. Justice is no longer symbolic, it is operational. Nasara and Jasara are activating in real time, bringing debt relief, systematic reset, and long suppressed breakthroughs into the open. Hold the line, stay ready, stay sharp. This is the final push. The illusion is over, the storm is here, and there's no turning back now. Restored Republic, Monday, February 9th, the storm is locked and loaded. Missile alert reset, Super Bowl occult hinge, and America's final stand against the satanic cabal. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. Everything is connected in one massive Luciferian spider web. Epstein's Island horrors. Chinese fentanyl pouring across the border. Rigged elections in 71 plus countries. Mossad, CIA, MI6 blackmail rings. It's the same demonic players running the same satanic playbook. They think they own America. They're wrong. The White Hats have the kill switch. We're racing toward the ultimate hinge moment. The Super Bowl halftime ritual, this isn't sports. This is the largest satanic broadcast in human history, beamed live in every nation simultaneously for the first time ever. The elite will flash their inverted crosses. Expect cataclysmic turbulence. National emergency declared. Massive arrests rolling like thunder. Exposure of election sorcery that stole the republic. Traitors in high office. Satan-worshipping puppets in Congress. Courts, agencies will face military tribunals. The devil's minions will counterattack with everything. False flags, cyber blackouts, but they lose. The real game changer is the missile alert hard reset. The 2018 Hawaii false alert live fire test run. When a missile warning, real or orchestrated, screams across every cell tower, NORAD seizes full continuity of government power, and that shuts off the senior executive service once and for all. All black project codes, hidden servers, SES shadow government authority, everything floods back to Cheyenne Mountain. The Carter era deep state machine gets decapitated. Trump never surrendered command in 2020. The codes are still locked. One alert equals total flip. 10 days of darkness begins. Comms reset. Cell towers neutralized as weapons. Fiat system frozen. Cards stop. Pumps dry. ATMs blank. Controlled chaos to save the republic without civil war. Genius military precision. Then comes May 17, 2026. President Trump leads the rededication of America on the National Mall. Elijah versus Baal priests 2.0. We march to the gates of hell itself and declare, this nation belongs to God Almighty again. Pilgrim's covenant renewed. The people choose sides. When the full truth hits, child trafficking networks, election witchcraft, high priests of Moloch in power, righteous fury erupts. The masses turn on the monsters. No mercy. AI-generated fakes from Pakistan and Philippines flood in to discredit us. Vet everything. Slow down. Be the unshakable rock when normies lose their minds. Scripture is your anchor. God's promises never fail. He never changes. You were born for this hour. The Super Bowl owners always win. But this year, we the people and the Most High God win bigger. The devil's last ritual backfires. Arrests accelerate. Tribunals begin. The veil tears. The republic is reborn in fire and glory. Hold the line. Pray hard. The storm is here. God wins. Guru Information and Intel, Monday, February 9th, breaking. Juan O'Savin drops nuclear truth on the war for hearts and minds. Nino interview explodes with final phase revelations. Patriots, the battle for souls is peaking and victory is ours. David Nino Rodriguez, Juan O'Savin on Telegram. The war for hearts and minds is at its most intense crescendo right now. The deep state satanic playbook is fully exposed. They're desperate, accelerating their dark rituals and public displays because they must show you before they do it. But patriots, this is their death throes, not their triumph. Juan confirms the globalist cabal is using massive events like the Winter Olympics opening and the Super Bowl as occult markers to flaunt their Luciferian agenda, inverted crosses, Masonic symbols, ritualistic performances, blasting in plain sight. They're mocking us, trying to break spirits, erode faith, and drag souls into darkness. But it's backfiring spectacularly. Andrea Bocelli belting out Nessun Dorma, Trump's rally anthem, right in the middle of their satanic circus. That's no coincidence. It's White Hat sending a loud message. We see you, we're ahead, and Trump's Lion of Judah is roaring back. The real war isn't just political, it's spiritual, targeting your mind, heart, and soul. Juan warns Satan's forces are ramping up attacks to knock patriots off course. Distractions everywhere. Stay the course. The awakening is exploding. Millions snapping out of the matrix as suppressed truths flood in. Military intel confirms the alliance is dismantling the entire network. Child trafficking empires collapsing. Blackmail rings shattered. Fiat slavery system on life support. EBS is primed. Starlink ready to override with undeniable proof. Tribunals, verdicts, confessions. Horrors unveiled. 10 days of darkness? It's the final shield, while the last demons are purged. Nisara Jasara flooding. Reclaimed trillions to patriots. Debt wiped. Prosperity unleashed under the restored republic. The cabal's satanic warfare is accelerating because they're losing. Elite vanishing. Suicides spiking. Gitmo flights nonstop. Patriots' Juan's message is crystal clear. This is our time. Hold faith unbreakable. Pray without ceasing. Armor up spiritually. The war for hearts and minds ends with light-crushing darkness. Trump was invited for such a time as this. The plan is divine, unstoppable. We the people are winning the ultimate battle. Souls saved, republic reborn, evil eradicated. The war for hearts and minds is won. Patriots rising, cabal falling. The storm is biblical and glorious. Where we go one, we go all. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 5th. Epstein Files expose human cloning, MKUltra mind control, and Rothschilds hiding Hitler. The deep state's darkest secrets are out. Cue the storm. Patriots, wake the hell up. The latest Epstein document drops are blowing the lid off the global cabal like never before. This isn't just about some island pervert and blackmail. These files reveal a full-on pathocracy ruled by pure evil psychopaths who hijacked banking, governments, big pharma, mainstream media, and our entire culture to enslave humanity. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't some lone operator. He was a top-tier power broker for the elite, pushing early Bitcoin to launch the dirty money, advancing transhumanist nightmares, orchestrating regime changes worldwide, and running MKUltra-style psychological torture ops to break minds and control key figures. The documents prove it. Coercion, trauma-based programming, and total domination are how these monsters keep their grip on power. And get this, buried in the files are emails between Epstein and Rothschild banker Ariane de Rothschild casually discussing how Adolf Hitler lived in a homeless shelter in Vienna funded by wealthy Jewish families, including the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. Epstein straight up says it's 100% true. Hitler was peddling his paintings and clothes while crashing in a shelter bankrolled by these bloodlines. Coincidence? Hell no, this ties the modern Rothschild financial empire right back to funding the very monster they claim to oppose. Are they still hiding him, or is his legacy in some Antarctic bunker or cloned body? The dots connect, Anons. They've been playing both sides for centuries. But it gets even darker. Whispers in these releases point to human cloning programs tied directly to Epstein's network. Elite experiments to create perfect doubles while they depopulate the rest of us. Combine that with MKUltra mind control tech still running today. Think celebrity breakdowns, mass shooters, politicians who flip overnight. And transhumanist pushes for merging man with machine. This is the real plan. Wipe out God's creation, replace it with their soulless abominations. These aren't theories anymore. The deep state is panicking because the truth is leaking everywhere. They've controlled the narrative for decades through trauma, blackmail, and ritual abuse, but their great awakening is unstoppable now. The most important thing, waking up more people. Share this far and wide. The cabal fears an informed, angry populace more than anything. They're hiding cloning labs through Rothschild channels and using MK Ultra tactics to keep us docile. But we see you, demons. Nothing can stop what is coming. The storm is here. Trump knew the White Hats are dismantling it piece by piece. Stay frosty, trust the plan, and keep red pilling. The end of their reign is closer than you think. What we think we know as of Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. Monday, February 9th. Audit bombshell, state-sponsored fraud. Tim Walz's Department of Human Services caught creating fake documents to cover up $672,000 in phantom grants. Backdated lies, no oversight, zero arrests. Monday, February 9th, the mainstream media lied to you about President Trump and they lied to you about Pizzagate. Come to find out, the same journalists writing articles that Pizzagate was debunked were actually the same journalists. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. They lied to you and gaslit you for years when they were the ones guilty this entire time. This included journalists from CNN, ABC, the BBC, and many, many more. The Great Awakening is here. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Monday, February 9th, the payment system has been exposed. Credit card giants have been quietly draining the public's finances. They skim 2 to 4% from every single transaction, charging massive fees while making massive profits. And to top it off, they have zero accountability. This wasn't convenience, it was control. Swipe fees became a hidden tax on businesses, families, and freedom, and the banks thought no one would challenge it. They were wrong. The old payment model is being confronted. Middlemen are losing their grip. The era of unchecked fees is ending. This is why legacy systems are nervous. This is why ISO 20022 rails matter. This is why Tier 4B positioning matters. When transparency replaces exploitation, the entire structure shifts. The public feels it first at the checkout line, then everywhere else. The payment war is real. The reset starts with transactions, and the banks know it. Monday, February 9th, U.S. military rescues 5,000 Americans from bounty hunter paradise. And there is an article and that says 5,000 Americans from bounty hunters paradise in Caracas. Monday, February 9th, we are applying AI right now in Medicare. We're going to save billions of dollars this year. Medicaid and Medicare get $100 billion stolen from us every year, and that's money that's not available for the poor and for seniors. AI's ability to detect fraud is extraordinary. President Donald Trump. Monday, February 9th, Epstein working for Mossad, Israel, and Rothschilds. Epstein files reveal Israeli involvement. Why does anyone care? And Monday, February 9th, a former high-ranking Obama DEA financial operations official, Paul Campo, has been criminally indicted in the Southern District of New York for allegedly conspiring to launder approximately $12 million in cartel cash and provide material support to CJNG, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, recently designated by the U.S. government as a foreign terrorist organization. Campo was not some random low-level agent. He was a 25-year DEA veteran, once deputy chief of the Office of Financial Operations, the very unit tasked with tracking cartel money. He retired in 2016. The final Obama years, and prosecutors say he allegedly turned that expertise into a private toolkit for America's enemies. Deep State exposed, Obama-era DEA official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels.
It's Tuesday. It's the 10th of February, 2026. It's the morning after the night before, where the banks woke up to the realization that they were not Basel III compliant. And now we are about to see the aftermath of what that actually means. In the UK, as an example, the Bank of England technically should have gone bankrupt yesterday. But then the PRA, the Prudential Regulation Authority, stepped in, which happens to be the Bank of England's own regulator, stepped in and said, We need to wait until January 2027. Otherwise, we're going to go bankrupt. Now, it's going to be very interesting as they posture to see what the Bank of International Settlements has to say, because they've warned them, and they've warned them. And we'll see who wins this battle, whether the PRA or the BIS are the most powerful. Because the Bank of International Settlements is the central bank of central banks. And technically, they should have the final say. The Prudential Regulation Authority are second in line. And for them to come out and try and protect the Bank of England from going bankrupt, well, we'll wait and see what plays out. It's going to be a very interesting week to see what really happens in this battle between authorities and the pecking order. Because the Bank of England, which is the central bank of the UK, and obviously the hub of British finance, is on its knees. What's going to happen? I don't know, but it's going to be fun to watch. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, following on from that, UK borrowing costs surged as pressure mounts on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, rattling markets before easing as officials stepped in. Higher yields mean higher costs across the economy. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 hit a record high after Prime Minister Tsunai Takechi's election win boosted confidence. UK nerves, Japan surges. Now, Charlie, when they say officials stepped in, does that mean printing more money? Just asking for a friend.
Well, this is what they've done for a long time, and they've been able to do it without people knowing. But right now we're watching the Bank of International Settlements, who are watching the Bank of England, who are watching all of the central banks, and they're all being exposed. I've said many times on this show, the light exposes the darkness. We never ever saw the darkness when we were in the dark. But now the light is on, we can all see what's going on. It's a very, very interesting time to be alive. I would remind everybody who's watching that what we're going through right now is all pantomime. It's all part of the exposure. And as we talked about Keir Starmer there, he and Zelensky are the globalists' puppets in the movie. And if you look at it as a movie, you'd say both of them deserve an Oscar because they're playing their role very, very well. But if you're looking at it as the real world, so don't look at it through the eyes of this is really happening. Look at it through the eyes that you're watching a movie. And Keir Starmer and Zelensky, as the globalists' puppets, are doing a good job in exposing this whole system as it collapses. The whole system was collapsed in 2021, 22 and 23. And it was way too dangerous for it to be done in real time. So it was done then, and now you're watching what happened with a little bit of artistic license. So don't live in fear. Enjoy the show, but it's absolutely bonkers.
Voter fraud. Monday, February 9th. Elon is right. Banning mail-in voting is critical to avoiding fraud in our elections. The White House on Telegram. During the 2020 election, Pennsylvania sent out 1,823,148 mail-in ballots, but received back around 2.5 million mail-in ballots. This accounts for Biden's fraudulent and impossible 682,000 plus vote spike, which were counted with no observers and were all for Biden, which magically just happened to be enough to steal Trump's almost 700,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania before swing states shut down counting locations at the same time to steal the 2020 election. Pennsylvania's own Secretary of State website then wiped the 2.5 million mail-in ballot number after the total number was questioned. Trump won the 2020 election in a landslide. Data deleted, Walz's DHS ignored warnings, retaliated against truth tellers, and let the cabal feast on our money. No real oversight, no consequences, just more training memos while the money vanishes. Temporary Commissioner Shireen Gandhi called it unacceptable, but did Zilk Walz himself silent as the grave, watching his empire crumble as federal probes widen? This is state-sponsored theft against American families. Money for addicts and the vulnerable siphoned to cronies while real people suffer. The deep state protects its own. No arrests, no perp walks, no accountability under Walz's watch. But Trump is back. The storm is raging. Federal investigators are closing in. House oversight, Senate probes, DOJ heat. Walz's fraud machine is exposed and the tribunals are loading up. Why no indictments yet? Who got the kickbacks? How much more is hidden in Walz's swamp? Patriots, this is the Great Awakening in action. Walz and his cronies thought they could steal forever. No more. Spread this truth bomb far and wide. The child predators, the fraudsters, the liars, they're all coming down. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So another school shooting and another transgender shooting. All right, the transgender shootings are way out of control. And we know that there's this war against good and evil that's going on. Transgenderism is part of the Luciferian agenda, and we need to be aware of it and stop it out wherever we can. So it's having obviously an extremely negative effect. So we have 10 children now that have, and up to 25, 27 that are wounded from this recent transgender shooting in Canada. So it is something that needs to be discussed. It is something that needs to be critically looked at. And if possible, wherever you're at, it needs to be stopped out. All right. So we're in this battle. We're in this war against the Luciferians. So until we start to realize their tricks and their trade and so forth, we're going to continue to have these problems. Yeah, obviously it's a problem. All right. It's a problem that they keep pushing into our faces. And those that have been quietly accepting this are finding out. All right. So we need to turn the tide on this, and we need to stop this out. All right. So other issues that are out there, the uncle of the mass shooter confirms he was trans. So the media, and as you saw, the police and so forth are all in on it. The police, horrific in Canada, throughout Canada at this point. The government, horrific throughout Canada at this point. All the things they've been doing is beyond belief. Anywhere else in the world, I don't know how Canadians let them get away with it. They need to rise up and throw them off. All right, so it is going to get worse until people start to push back. Right, in America, we are massively pushing back, and we're not going to stop. It's going to continue. It's going to continue unless you're in California. In California, they're pushing back on it from the liberal side, as hospitals and so forth are trying to stop this out. So breaking mass are six at the scene, 6 on scene, 2 at another scene, and then 1, and then he turned a gun on himself. So this happens often to these Manchurian candidates that are basically brainwashed into believing that they're a different sex and so forth. And then I think someone comes along and sees them as a potential mass shooter. So this is probably what happened, unfortunately, to this boy. And it's been happening for a lot of others. All right, so this is something we got to push back on this, guys. And an independent Canadian news outlet is reporting that the shooter and injured at least 25 at a British Columbia high school. Tuesday was identified as a transgender identifying male by a family member. So again, we're going to continue to see this stuff, and it's going to continue to, be a problem. And unless we really, lock down on this and push back on it, it's going to get worse, and continue to get worse and worse and worse and worse. All right. So humankind's potential for self-destruction through the lust of the flesh appears to be limitless. While there is nothing new to the sensual sins and wanton debauchery that we witness in our culture, technology undoubtedly advanced its influence, and one such sin is being promoted in an apparently fanatical fashion: transgenderism. So we know that we're all born either male or female. This is the way it is in nature, but the Luciferians want to, cause this debauchery and change genders and so forth. And this is in our face. This is absolutely in our face. Just look at the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty is a transgender, right? I put this out, and many other people put this out for a long time. It's in our face, in the harbor of New York City. So the debauchery and, sins will continue. They will continue to be in our face until we start to wake up. So if you look here, this is Marina Abramovic, and she's Ukraine's ambassador linked to spirit cooking, and Jacob Rothschild, right? So behind them is the statue. Doesn't that look familiar? Doesn't it look like the Statue of Liberty? Look at that face, and I'm going to show it in detail here. This is Lucifer. So they're standing in front of Lucifer. So they're showing us who they are. So these two, Luciferians, pushing the Luciferian agenda. And do we want to let that continue? Do we want that to continue to be in our face? I say no. But evidently, a lot of people are just, no big deal, right? No big deal. Let them have their beliefs. I say no because they're imposing on the rest of us. So now this is Lucifer. Look at that strong jaw, all right? The chin, the arms, biceps, shoulders, the forehead. Above Lucifer seems to be this demonic figure that's coming out. Maybe that's the crown chakra type thing. But look at those boobies, all right? So just like you see on the Statue of Liberty, a man with boobies. And Lucifer is transgender, and it's being pushed on our children by our school systems, by our political systems, right? We need to stop it. We need to stop it. We need to be aggressive stopping it. The President Trump administration has been aggressive stopping it, but still, it continues. It continues, and there's pushback in places like we're going to talk about, California. All right, so let's look at the Statue of Liberty. All right, so Statue of Liberty, like I said, is absolutely transgender. All right, this is a statue of Mithras with the rays, 7 rays coming out. You see the 7 rays coming out of a lot of people. This is Joe Rogan. They're talking about the Statue of Liberty is not a woman. So this is not new. A lot of people are talking about this. It is a thing.
I want to see what the Statue of Liberty looks like.
That's a dude, bro. It is a cross-dresser. And it is,
Really?
oh yeah. The Statue of Liberty is an old Zoroastrianism god called Mithras.
Wow. It's a fucking guy. Look at that. It does look like a guy. Look at the arm. It does not look like a feminine arm. Look at the hand.
Old pagan
Look at the hands.
Zoroastrianism gods.
Whoa.
All right, so yeah, not new, not new. So this is going to continue, like I said, until we wake up to it. So right in the statue, and it's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty. Everybody's like, oh, the Statue of Liberty. No, it's the statue of Lucifer. And Lucifer is the fallen angel of light. So he's holding the torch of light, right? For all to come and be like him, right? And to gather with him. And New York, New York, New York. All right. So yeah, New York, right in your friggin' face, in your face. So yeah, it's pretty pathetic. All right. So let's look at California. Like I said, another pathetic place that has gone totally woke and liberal and Luciferian all in one. Joint statement for California Health and Human Services. This was all the way back in December 18th. So that they knew that Donald Trump was coming. And so California laws protecting health care for transgender individuals remain in full effect. Well. How about this? California seals trans adult records because they knew it was coming. This was in October. Children's Hospital LA ends transgender program. Children's Hospital LA will shut down Center for Trans Youth Health. Trans youth in SoCal faces more roadblocks in gender affirming. Policy tracker youth access to gender affirming care and state. So they were starting to shut it down. At least 3 major California providers of transgender care for use have shut down. Because what is California? California is pretty much red, guys, with exception of a few blue dots. California is a red state. It's captured by a few blue dots. It's insane. California sues Rady Children's over transgender health care cutoff. So they're suing them because they're shutting down this Luciferian program. So they're getting support from the federal government and they're exiting. They're getting cover. So Californians are trying to do the right thing, but they have this, a few blue dots that are trying to control all of California, which does not like this. And California's starting to push back. Good job, Californians. Lewis Herms, believe it or not, Lewis Herms in the latest poll is actually ahead in a California independent poll where a massive number of people were polled. And across the board, most of them would choose Lewis Herms if there were free voting and no stealing of the vote in California. Lewis Herms would win, I believe, right? He would turn all this around, guys. California's largest hospital system ends gender affirmation. So we have, groups out there that are trying now that they're getting cover to do that. And this is what happened with me when President Trump first came into office. I was trying to leak out information and I was getting hammered. Lots of threats, IRS coming after me, seizing assets and ruining what little left I had after I left the CIA because they came after me. And so when President Trump came in, it all stopped. I was able to, like I am now, talk. And then President Trump went away. And then we found out, didn't we? We found out what happens when the deep state gets control. And they came after us big time. So they shut us down. We're back again. President Trump's back. We're back again. So we have to get aggressive, guys. We cannot let the next 4 years just, slowly fade away. And then President Trump's gone pretty much forever on the political scene. And then what are we going to have? What are we going to have? All right. So we need to get aggressive and start this action now. All right. We need to take this demonic system, this Luciferian system, and crush the hell out of it. All right. So House Dems look to expand access to gender affirming care amid Trump crackdown. This was back in January, February, March 31st. The hardest working Democrats, 24 of them were looking to protect and expand hardest working availability to gender affirming care for transgender youths and adults as the Trump administration takes steps to sharply curb access. Shut it down in the military, kicked all the transgenders out of the military that had been given free access, and there were thousands and thousands of them that came into the military. And probably some of them were hiding out and just came out of the closet, right? and they got pushed out. All right. So this is happening across the board in a lot of places. So LGBTQ civil rights groups, including the Human Rights Campaign, the National Center for Lesbian Rights, Advocates for Trans Equality, and the ACLU, the main culprit that is a liberal institution that basically is, doing its damnedest to destroy America, are also backing the legislation, according to a news release from Balance Office, though it stands little chance in the GOP-controlled Congress. Thank God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. All right, so it is, moving in the right direction. We control our environment, guys, through our consciousness. The Luciferians know that, and they know that we're waking up on a massive scale, and they're trying to crack down on us so fast and so hard, but it's failing. It's failing on a massive scale. All right. So how many transgender shootings have there been? All right. Have there been? A lot of them. So let's share the screen. Let's look at all the transgender shootings that have been happening over the last several years. These are all the mass shootings committed by trans people in the U.S. Now, with that one I was just talking about was in Canada. And so Minneapolis, Minnesota. How about that? So the latest one was Robin, in parentheses, Westman. Wednesday's mass shooting at a Minnesota Catholic school is the latest. All right, so that was back in, 25? Somewhere in 25. So a list of mass shootings carried out by transgender individuals and receivers. There has been an uptick in mass shooters and killers who are trans over the past few years. And why is that? Because the medications they take to transform them, either from a man to a woman or a woman to a man, really causes them to get whacked out, right? Literally, their consciousness and their minds are whacked out. And a lot of them talk about it. So it's very, very frustrating them. So Robert, but this was completely phony, guys. There was a bunch of us looked at it and said, that's completely fake. All right. So some of this stuff is probably engineered, some of it real, and some of it just a figment of imagination pushed by the press. So Nashville, Tennessee. So two of us were, me, special forces background, and I've seen all this stuff all over the world. And then another, former military and law enforcement, and then a very high level law enforcement. We came out and basically, broke this down. It was complete fake. All right. So this is another one, November 2022. Non-binary suspect named Anderson Aldrich at a gay nightclub, Club Q, Democrats and Antifa. So I guess this guy started shooting. The gay men in that club beat the hell out of him. Good job, gay men. Right. So Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Colorado's had a lot of these mass shootings. One student was killed and 8 others injured after a shooting took place at the Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math School in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. So in May 2019, female to male identified. So there's a transgender there. So a lot of these are just young people that these transgender promoting Democrat states continue to push, and they're causing these mass shootings, guys. Now, it's not all nasty out there today. Swarm of the dolphins. So let's change the subject and end on a happy note. So let's look at some pictures of a nice dolphin swim that I and my wife were at here in the Bahamas. So there we go. All right. So let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger. All right, so this is for I've been around dolphins a lot. Dolphins have come close to me when I was a SEAL, swimming in the ocean, and so forth. I swam with dolphins in the waves. They're pretty cool. This is actually the first time that I'd ever touched a dolphin. The skin is beyond satiny. All right, beyond satiny. So you can see the look on my face. It's like so very, very amazing. And then we have the belly. You don't want to touch down there where the genital area is, so everybody's picking their hands off right at the end. So there's the happy dolphin and the happy smiles. So this dolphin was absolutely amazing. I love the Bahama people. Everyone in the Bahamas is absolutely phenomenal. They're so happy. You can't help but love them, right? So there's a cheek kiss. There's a cheek kiss for me, right? I'm like, ah. So, and then there's lip kiss. All right. So lip kiss got a little, he liked my wife, right? My wife got a lot of kisses. All right. I got a little kiss. Everybody gets a kiss from the dolphin. It's pretty nice. And a hug. So that's the sweet hug. All right. Dolphins are so loving. Absolutely amazing. Now, dolphins usually live 12 to 15 years in the wild. And there's where we were in a, like, just got the VIP dolphin swim. And we got to, get real close with them. The other group got to get real close. The two dolphins were males, and they're from one of the oldest dolphins in the group. In captivity, they can live a long time. It was a 43-year-old female. So they're very happy. They get fed. They get to hang out with people that love them and dance with them, as you see here. Even Big Mike gets to dance with the dolphin. All right. So and you get to feed the dolphin. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And then the dolphin pushes you. You get on a boogie board and you hold your leg straight, and he comes up and gets your foot and pushes you. All right. You get the ride. It's a ride of your life. All right. A lot of fun. So we got some video of that too. We'll probably put together a little video package of that and share it. But that's the adventure. As things are, going on in the world that are crazy and sad, we can live a life, and we can live in a world that's beautiful and full of activity that's like that, right? But we have to clean up, the things that are bad. And by doing that, we can have those experiences. All of us can have all these experiences, guys, and a lot more. So it is in our best interest to stop out the Luciferian agenda for America, right? All right, guys, got dinner plans. Got to go eat some lovely dinner with some friends. I'll see you guys next time. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
10 top secret deep state operatives have been exposed. Traitors who planned America's total destruction, while the mainstream media and globalist cabal kept them hidden. Along with the traitors, Project DRINITY also came to light. Trinity was a Langley Zurich. On Friday, February 6, 2026, the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians. During Trump's mass arrests. Midnight Saturday 7th of February 2026, the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated shutdown, debt-based control ended. High noon Sunday 8th of February 2026, announcement of constitutional republic restoration. Common law returned to the people. Sovereignty reactivated. EBS alert countdown begun to martial law. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. February 11, 2026 blackout. Project Odin game over. Underground operations. Military units have overtaken underground DS facilities in major cities worldwide, including Washington, D.C., London, and Berlin. These strongholds, full of surveillance equipment and servers, are now under control. For the first time, the cabal's backbone has been crushed. Media blackout, major news networks, tech giants, and social media are under military control. Propaganda will be wiped out, making way for unfiltered truth. CEOs in these networks have resigned or vanished in the past few weeks, knowing what's coming. Strategic power outages. The power grids in urban centers are primed for controlled shutdowns, ensuring DS operatives can't use backup systems to interfere with the broadcast. Expect intermittent outages. These aren't accidents, they're steps to secure EBS integrity. What will the EBS uncover? Revealing the cabal's operations, the EBS will broadcast hidden files, over 50 terabytes of classified documents, eyewitness testimony, and more. You'll see evidence of how the WEF, Bilderberg, and other elite circles manipulated global economies and governments for their sinister goals. Human trafficking networks. Shocking truths will expose global trafficking rings. Tunnels beneath major cities, similar to those near Epstein's properties, were uncovered. Military raids in locations like Ukraine, Haiti, and Antarctica have saved thousands. Get ready for sickening details. The DS tried to bury. Election manipulation unveiled. Evidence of 2020 election fraud will be revealed, showing the DS's reach in rigging elections and keeping Trump from office. The same people behind this have also been meddling in elections worldwide, including Rothschild and Rockefellers, have been captured, facing charges from currency manipulation to funding black ops. Their role in market crashes and laundering will be exposed. See Sunday, 8th of February. 2026. 107 drops the bomb, the Super Bowl ritual ends, the real fun explodes directly after 2/8/2026. Patriots, buckle up, the storm is unleashing. 107 on Telegram. 107 just lit the fuse on Rumble with a message straight from the high tower that has every true patriot's blood pumping. The so-called Super Bowl on February 8, 2026, that massive global spectacle, isn't just a game. It's the final satanic ritual halftime show, a calculated spell to seal portals between the godly realm and the dark side, breaking the eight, culminating in the death of everything good and godly before their twisted spring renewal. They push this trance of hell, every move toward the goal a mockery of truth, every halftime a direct invocation from the pit. The fun begins directly after 2/8/2026. Forget the puppy show on the field. What comes next will make that look like child's play. Q drop 2843 echoes loud and clear. The fun begins directly after. We'll make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Patriots vs. Seahawks. Symbolic. The turning point. Monsters going back in their boxes. Deep state strongholds crumbling as we speak. One confirms, Allied Special Forces, Delta, SEALs, already inside, raiding dumbs at warp speed. Black nobility bloodlines rounded up. Foreign troops once loyal to the cabal now flipping under Trump continuity command. The Rothschild SWIFT system seized. Central banks taken offline forever by the White Hats. This isn't theory, it's happening now. The woman given wings of the great eagle flees the serpent, Rev 12:14, nourished for a time, times, and half a time. We're in that window. The portals are sealing tight against the enemy. Their rituals fail. Their spells break. Christ renews, not their fake spring, but true resurrection power. Anons, the exact effects are hitting. Switch channels on their halftime hell, tune into the real show. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state on the brink of total annihilation. The consuming fire is coming. Prepare. The final phase is here, the kill shot activated. Hold the line, digital soldiers. The storm hits full force right after the whistle blows on 2/8. Trump's plan orchestrated every step. Q Team's Christmas truths were just the warm-up. This Super Bowl ritual marks the end of their game, and the beginning of ours. Enjoy the show, Patriots, it's going to be biblical. The monsters are boxed. The light prevails. WWG1G, the best is yet to come. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Project Odin with martial law will go together with the E/EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Odin means observe, detect, identify, neutralize. During the EBS every major media channel on the planet will be quieted. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed: political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life patents and the new Earth. Project Odin and military Jezara, a monumental combination that promises to overthrow the cabal's hold on global power. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history. When the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice and liberation. The stage is set, the actors are in position, and the world is about to witness a seismic shift that will reshape the course of history. Project Odin, a project shrouded in secrecy, is about to be revealed to the world. But what is Project Odin and how does it connect to the military Jezara and the long-awaited Emergency Broadcast System, EBS? In this article, we delve into the heart of this remarkable transformation, revealing the hidden truths and unveiling the future that awaits us. Project Odin, as cryptically mentioned by Ron Code Monkeys, is not just another codename, it is the key to dismantling the Mossad media satellite network that has been at the center of global manipulation for too long. This bold mission is not for the faint of heart. Is the linchpin of the quantum Starlink system, a quantum leap in technology that promises to redefine our world. The new quantum systems, part of quantum Starlink, represent a paradigm shift in technology. These systems are protected by secret space programs that operate beyond the reach of the cabal, ensuring their integrity and security. As the cabal-controlled media crumbles, these quantum systems will emerge as heralds of truth and transparency. The cabal's last stand, Q, the enigmatic figure behind many revelations, has predicted the elimination of the Mossad media. But what comes next is even deeper. Whiplash has hinted at a major theatrical production, a misleading depiction of World War III, that will actually serve as a catalyst for the activation of military forces around the world. A biblical scenario revealed, in a twist of fate, this orchestrated chaos will pave the way for the activation of armed forces around the world, unleashing a torrent of events that will bring the cabal to its knees. The Nizara/Jezara funds will finally see the light of day, and the people will be entrusted with the monumental task of rebuilding a long-oppressed world. Identifying the Illuminati's satanic strongholds, the Kabbalah network stretches far and wide, but Q has given us insight into its most prominent strongholds. From the Vatican to Buckingham Palace, from the White House to the heart of China, these places hold the keys to the power of the Kabbalah. As the dominoes fall, 34 satanic buildings and dams will collapse, forever changing the landscape of the world. The United States in an almost instant military dictatorship, commanded by none other than Joe Biden, a multitude of events take place. As the Kabbalah faces its reckoning, a cascade of events will unfold. Project Odin martial law, worldwide blackout imminent. Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026. For weeks the grid has been whispering the same pattern: banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise. That is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays, cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first: 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No calends. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What IT means: the blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs. The old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through IT. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode, turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence, cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm, do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet props that pair to biometric identity without quantum ID card. Jazara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet.f. Global currency reset. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, military-industrial complex shutdown. Trump orders deep state war profiteers to cease dividends, cut salaries, or face total dismantling. No more stock buybacks while soldiers wait. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, boom. Trump appoints Kevin Warsh as Federal Reserve Chairman, a decisive strike against globalist economics. Bye-bye, Jeromean. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026 countdown clock, 24 to 48 hours. Remain to Tier 4B liftoff, Team Trump on Telegram. Bank screens light up with final rates, that were trading/changing in value. QFS secrets on Telegram. Iraqi dinar, $8.73, confirmed live on European trading platforms. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in progress. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, RVGCR Intel update. It's happening now. Patriots, cue the storm. White hats are in full control. The quantum financial system is live and locked. The old fiat beast is being gutted silently. No public chaos, just precision strikes that leave the cabal bankrupt and screaming in the dark. February 2026 is the turning point we've waited for. Sources confirm right now the RV/GCR process was accelerating, with Tier 4B, that's us, the Internet Group, the awake ones holding dinar, dong, ZIM, notifications rolling through secure military channels. Expect your 800 numbers and appointment invites any moment. Contract rates are sky high, designed to flood trillions into humanitarian hands, not elite pockets. The pendulum has swung. Deep state financial puppets are cut off at the knees. No more rigged markets, no more debt slavery. Gold/asset-backed currencies are taking over. Nizara/Jazara is activating in phases: debt forgiveness, suppressed tech releases, prosperity packages for we the people. Military intel confirms, the global wealth transfer to patriots and humanitarians is massive and unstoppable. The elites thought they could hold on forever, but Trump and the white hats flipped the script years ago. Now it's execution time. Stay ready. Phones charged, redemption centers prepped. The shotgun start is mathematically irreversible, happened late 2025, now the floodgates are cracking open in February. Cabal arrests continue in the background. Their money laundering empires collapsing. This isn't a drill. The storm is here, and it's taking down the old world order brick by brick. Patriots who held the line are about to be rewarded beyond imagination. Think generational wealth to crush child trafficking networks, rebuild communities, expose the truth. The deep state is panicking. They know their time is up. QFS has severed every last tie. No escape. We're witnessing the greatest wealth shift in history, from Satan-worshipping elites to God-fearing patriots. Hold the line a little longer. Trump is commander-in-chief, the plan is executing perfectly. February 2026, this is when it all goes public. The RV is imminent, GCR is live, freedom is winning. Trust the plan. WWG1G. The best is yet to come, bigger than you can imagine. Stay strong, Enans. The storm is upon them, and victory is ours. God wins. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, National Security Report, How Trump Took Back America's Money and Rebuilt the Economy by 2026, The MAGA King on Telegram. In February 2026, the U.S. economy looks calm. Markets hold. Wages rise steadily. Inflation stays contained. That calm is intentional. It is the visible surface of a system rebuilt quietly and under pressure. after decades of hidden financial extraction. Behind the numbers was a classified national operation authorized by Donald J. Trump. Beginning in 2024, intelligence confirmed that trillions in U.S.-generated wealth were being siphoned offshore through protected banks, shell structures, and treaty-shielded jurisdictions designed to evade American control. The patterns were unmistakable. Capital exited during domestic crises, resurfaced in immunity zones, and moved through the same clearing institutions and legal intermediaries. The objective was leverage. Offshore wealth allowed external actors to influence U.S. markets, labor conditions, and debt exposure. Once mapped, the system was classified as a national security threat. That changed everything. When Trump returned to office in 2025, Recovery Authority was activated. Offshore channels tied to U.S. capital were frozen without announcement. Banks lost access. Liquidity routes went dark. Resistance never had time to form. Recovered assets moved through secured federal pipelines directly into domestic stabilization. Liquidity was reinforced, wages stabilized, and critical sectors secured without foreign oversight. By late 2025, the dollar's role was recalibrated, stronger internally, less exploitable externally. Foreign central banks noticed immediately. With monetary control restored, production followed. Energy stabilized. Manufacturing returned onshore. Strategic supply chains were reclaimed. By 2026, markets confirmed the shift, moving capital into sectors aligned with national direction before any public explanation appeared. The economy is strong because the system draining it was exposed, cut off, and reversed. The recovery is asset-based, not debt-driven. Control has changed hands. The old structure is broken and there is no path back. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 NISRA and QFS plan. What you need to know. Reclamation, the return to a better state. This is about more than just land or money, it's about restoring what was taken by the elites through their criminal systems. NISRA will do that for U.S. citizens. Restitution/reparation, compensating for the years of illegal taxes, loans, and the financial enslavement we've suffered. The income taxes, mortgages, and credit cards. They've been used to keep us as chattel, with bonds taken out against our very lives from birth certificates to social security numbers. Who's eligible? Those aged 24 to 61 plus are in line for massive lump sums depending on their age group: 61 plus, up to $61 million 45 to 60, up to $38 million 24 to 44, up to $23 million. This payout is reparation for the wrongs committed against us. NISRA and QFS plan, the process of RV redemption started. Actual signature forms like NDA and post-redemption plan documents, inside the exclusive world of redemption centers. The process of RV redemption is unfolding, and it's about more than just money. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us by the cabal, deep state, and banksters. Redemption centers are where we take back control, where NISRA/JAZARA protocols are in full effect. At these centers, we the people will receive higher exchange rates, phones, laptops, and even rainbow currency. If you've prepared your humanitarian initiative trust, you're in prime position to benefit. This isn't just a financial reset, it's God's plan, working through us to help humanity. Redemption types currency exchange. For those with ZIM bonds, dinar, and dong, you're looking at double-digit rates at redemption centers. With gold-backed values, the ZIM bond is 1-to-1 to the new USD dollar. You'll be asked to allocate a portion of your funds for humanitarian projects. We're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the world. XRP buyback. There's a $1 million per token value on XRP set by the QFS, already mirrored into quantum accounts. This buyback is part of a larger strategy to stabilize global markets and root out the evil. This is about more than money. This is about justice, about freedom, and about taking back what's ours. The deep state's grip is slipping, and this process is the path to redemption. The time is now, patriots. We must stand ready to rebuild and restore. Bank failures. Chase and America First banks have frozen bank account of some of their customers. Some major retailers were refusing cash payments. ATM network 67% offline. Digital payment systems failing regionally. First wave of bank failures confirmed in 12 states. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide by Restored Republic, Sunday 8th of February. 2026. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Ezra A. Cohen. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Every FEMA agent involved in this grotesque scheme, every official who helped cover it up, will be brought to justice. The military alliance is dismantling FEMA's human trafficking network, and this time, there's no escaping the consequences. FEMA's ultimate goal has always been population control through chaos. Disasters like Hurricane Helene are just opportunities for FEMA to test their sinister agenda. The White Hats have uncovered FEMA's plans for population reduction, codenamed Operation Call, targeting not just disaster victims but anyone who threatens the deep state's power. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. The military White Hats and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours, mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. On Friday, February 6, 2026, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything, the crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different. The cabal will be gone. The system will be new. You will be free. Credit networks experiencing nationwide failures. Guru Information and Intello. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. Leaked files. Top secret deep state operatives list exposed. These traitors planned America's total destruction from inside, and the globalist cabal fought to keep IT hidden forever. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the dam has burst. In February 2026, White Hat military intercepts, Pentagon dumps, and sealed tribunal files have finally named the real shadow rulers who've been gutting our republic for decades. No guns, no bombs, just pure evil, infiltration, bioweapons, mind control, trafficking, financial sabotage. They turned public health, science, and justice into weapons against we the people. Trump's iron will and quantum command ops are shredding their veil faster than they can rebuild. Arrest waves are surging, black sites are emptying, and these demons know the noose is tightening. Every failed hit on Trump proves their desperation. He's the one man who can burn their entire empire to ash. The names they prayed would never surface. The firewall is crumbling. These monsters are exposed, their networks are collapsing, tribunals are roaring, and justice is coming like a freight train. Trump and the Patriots are dismantling the beast brick by brick. Arrests are exploding, executions are imminent, and the Great Awakening is unstoppable. The storm is raging. Patriots, we are winning bigly. Hold the line. The Republic rises phoenix strong while these traitors face military tribunals and eternal reckoning. WWG1G. Trump is the greatest warrior in history, the Nobel doesn't even scratch the surface. P. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. Tucker Carlson drops the hammer, Epstein files explode, Pizzagate is real, the demonic global crime network exposed, the elite pedo cabal is finished. Patriots, Tucker Carlson, Ian Carroll, Q. The storm on Telegram. Tucker Carlson just went nuclear with investigative warrior Ian Carroll, ripping open the fresh dump of over 3 million Epstein documents released days ago. This isn't some mild leak, it's the smoking gun proving the satanic elite have been running a global child trafficking. Epstein empire crumbled, demonic network shattered. Your fight mattered, the golden age of light crushes the darkness. Trust the plan. The storm rages in 2026, victory is ours. Boom. WWG1 forever, the pedos fall, humanity rises. Q. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 from Paper Lies to Golden Truths, inside the 2026 financial reset and the final fight for your freedom, the storm is here. Patriots, Carol and Bissett Kennedy on Telegram. Wake up, Annans, the old world is crumbling right now in 2026. The fiat illusion is dead. The quantum financial system, QFS, is fully live, synchronized, and unstoppable as of early February 2026. Gold-backed currencies are rolling out globally, Nizara/Jazara protocols are activating debt forgiveness, and the corrupt elite's paper empire is being torched in real time. This isn't a drill, this is the Great Awakening in financial form, and Trump holds the keys to the Golden Age. The Fed is finished, gold is king. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed QFS went 100% live across the planet. No more endless printing, no more banker slavery. The U.S. Treasury is quietly buying back billions in debt, burning it out of existence, a silent economic warfare strike to reclaim sovereignty. By Monday, February 9, 2026, the full global currency reset, GCR, hits, with revaluations launching in phases. Iraqi dinar, Zimbabwe notes. All backed by real assets now. Your wealth transfers are imminent, backed by gold, silver, platinum, and unbreakable quantum encryption. Nizara/Jazara is no longer a hope, it's operational. Debt jubilee is here. IRS and Federal Reserve collapsing under their own lies. Common law returns, sovereignty reactivated for we the people. The St. Germain Trust, that legendary trillion-dollar gold fund hidden for humanity, is unleashing its power. The elite's fiat scam ends, prosperity floods back to patriots who've held the line. And full disclosure are next, the planetary exorcism of corruption is complete. Trump's master plan unfolds, the deep state panics. Executive orders accelerate the shift to a decentralized, blockchain-powered treasury dollar. No more income tax slavery, no more corporate gouging. The U.S. debt clock screams the truth, we're moving from debt to wealth, from darkness to light. Starlink overrides mainstream lies, EBS ready to drop the hammer. Mass arrests of the cabal continue behind the scenes, their end is near, and justice is sweet. This is your moment, digital soldiers. The RV has launched. Gold surges as fiat dies. Prepare your wallets, secure your assets in the new system, because the greatest wealth transfer in history is happening now. The paper lies exposed, golden truths rising. The storm isn't coming, it's raging in 2026, and victory belongs to those who stayed true. Hold the line, the golden age dawns. Trust the plan. WWG1. The fight for freedom ends with abundance for all who fought. Boom. The reset is live. Get ready to thrive in the new world order of light. Save the Children: 2016, Pizzagate. People actually believe this conspiracy theory. It's a lie. The only people trapped in a pizzeria are the robots from Chuck E. Cheese. Stephen Colbert. 2026, David McKillips of Chuck E. Cheese resigned due to his name surfacing in the Epstein files, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Sun. February 8, 2026. Stop sending your kids to school on picture days with LifeTouch. Your kids were now in a pedo database. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. Popular child actor Macaulay Culkin breaks his silence on Michael Jackson. Jackson protected me and other. Durham. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. 500 scientists tell you and there is no climate emergency. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Remember Benghazi. 4 brave Americans. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, Glenn Doherty, slaughtered on September 11, 2012, while Secretary of State Hillary Clinton let the terrorists overrun our compound. It was a calculated deep state sacrifice to cover gun-running ops to Syrian rebels and hide the real agenda. Sunday 8 of February. 2026 CNN Washington Post lays off 1/3 of staff. Sunday 8 of February. 2026 DNC heads like Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta openly discussed a plan on how to overturn the election results if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings to prevent the vote from going through. That's called treason. Sunday 8 of February. 2026 breaking, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced it is official. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, just in, Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan. They can control your device, your data, your life. Watch before it's deleted. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, why the City of London is terrified of Trump, Rothschild, Epstein, Mandelson, and the fall of the globalist empire. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, boom. Mel Gibson drops 2 medical bombshells on the Joe Rogan podcast. Prepare to have your mind blown by shocking truths that will change everything you thought you knew. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, jaw-dropping betrayal that deserves prison time. Minnesota legislative auditor found Tim Walt's employees fabricated records to cover up fraud. They did 0 site visits to locations that received hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars per year. JFK the leader on Telegram. Sunday 8 of February. 2026 breaking, Pelosi's $133 million Congress stock scheme exposed, 17,000% gain while America bled. Nizar Jazara on Telegram. While Americans struggled to pay rent, fill gas tanks, and survive inflation, Nancy Pelosi and her husband quietly made over $133 million from perfectly timed stock trades, all while she was in Congress. Her portfolio didn't just grow. It outperformed the Dow by 17,000% over 37 years. This isn't smart investing. This is insider access, power, and silence, while jobs vanished, and while families sank in debt. Pelosi entered Congress in 1987 with a modest net worth. By 2025, that modesty had exploded into a financial empire. Every trade conveniently aligned with legislation she could influence. Dumping stocks right before regulation. Buying options before major announcements. All while pretending to serve the people. The Dow grew around 1,200% since '87. Pelosi's trades clocked in at 17,000%. That's not luck. That's rigged. Under 18 U.S. Code Section 1348, trading on insider knowledge is criminal. The Stock Act was passed to prevent this exact abuse. So where's the DOJ? Where's the investigation? Where's CNN now? Nowhere. Because when politicians rob you legally, the system applauds. If a truck driver profited off leaked intel, he'd be in prison. But Pelosi gets a standing ovation and a luxurious retirement. Just days ago, she announced she won't run again. No consequences. No charges. Just a quiet exit and a mountain of cash. Meanwhile, patriots rot in prison for trespassing. Trump faces endless trials for speaking out. And Pelosi walks free, after a lifetime of betrayal wrapped in legislation. This is the swamp. This is the rigged system Trump warned us about. And the people are done watching. Sunday 8 of February. 2026 Trump just ended it all. $170 billion ripped from illegal immigrant trafficking. Money now flowing straight to American families and patriots. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the globalist invasion beast is finished. In February 2026, President Trump has obliterated the parasitic NGOs that turned your taxes into weapons for border chaos, human smuggling, child trafficking, and demographic wipeout. Catholic Charities, HIAS, IRC, World Central Kitchen, these UN-backed fronts handed out debit cards, hotels, maps, and legal cover to millions flooding in, laundering billions through fake humanitarian scams. January 23, 2026, Trump signed the kill order. The 2026 budget incinerated the slush funds. From 2025's 2.6 million mass removals comes the $170 billion sovereignty dividend, exact cash stolen from American families to fuel replacement. It's not feeding more programs. It's liquidated and delivered directly to we the people via the American Heritage Fund. Pure Justice Reallocation, NGO Integration Grants gone $10,000 Heritage Tax Credit per American Child, Migrant Housing Vouchers terminated Veterans School Safety with Armed Guards. Legal Aid for Illegals cut Asset Seizure Task Force hunting gangs, Sanctuary School Funds eliminated Technical Voc Ed for Real Citizens, Refugee Quotas suspended Massive boost to Social Security. NGO Blacklist activated, Contracts axed, tax exempt revoked. Assets frozen for deportation flights. Catholic Charities Migration Arm zeroed, records seized for smuggling probes. He is banned, assets sold to fund the wall. IRC leaders grilled for cartel ties. These weren't charities, they were Soros-linked trafficking travel agencies. No cash pipeline equals caravans collapse overnight. Border. Locked forever. $46 billion One big beautiful bill hits 98% smart wall, 30-foot steel, underground sensors, AI drones launching 10 miles out. Rio Grande sealed with spinning buoys and mesh, only biometric entry now. Alien enemies act in full force, Nicaragua gangs treated as military threats. Task force clawed $12.4 billion cartel money, mansions, crypto, fleets, straight into Social Security. Criminals who blend us now pay our retirees. Divine payback. Schools reclaimed, surplus funds hire 100,000 armed veteran officers, purge indoctrination, build real American tradesmen. Elites plan to erase our nation with engineered migration. Trump crushed it. Border sealed, invaders gone, $170 billion back to families, cartels funding reparations. This is full independence from the New World Order. Antifa leader arrested after call to violence, federal crackdown in Minneapolis. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Federal agents have arrested Kyle Wagner, a self-proclaimed Antifa commander, after he publicly called on followers to arm themselves and attack ICE agents. His arrest signals the launch of a sweeping federal investigation into violent extremist networks embedded in Minneapolis. Wagner crossed the line when he recorded a video urging people to get their guns and stated, "We are coming for ICE." It was a direct incitement to violence. The video left no room for doubt and became the key piece of evidence linking his online rhetoric to real-world intent. Beyond the video, Wagner posted threats naming federal agents, release their private information, and encouraged followers to disrupt ICE operations. He urged them to track officers, identify vehicles, and interfere with arrests. This pattern of behavior showed a coordinated effort to destabilize federal enforcement in Minnesota. According to the criminal complaint, Wagner used encrypted chats to spread tactics for avoiding surveillance and disrupting federal operations. He framed the conflict as a war and pushed his followers to act accordingly. This wasn't free speech, it was targeted, operational planning. Wagner also acted as a bridge between Minneapolis activists and groups in Portland, Seattle, and Chicago. He shared materials on how to interfere with federal vehicles and detect undercover agents. Local radicals saw him as a leader and followed his guidance. His arrest removes a dangerous figure feeding these networks with strategies designed to escalate violence. Under past leadership, individuals like Wagner often operated without consequence. Local officials hesitated to act. That changed with President Trump's return to office. Federal agencies are now executing operations without political interference when national security is at risk. Agents tracked Wagner's digital activity, physical movements, and encrypted communications. When his incitements crossed into operational targeting, they acted. His devices were seized before he could initiate further escalation. Recovered messages show detailed plans for armed confrontations at ICE enforcement sites, along with attempts to obtain firearms through intermediaries. This case is far from over. The investigation now expands to uncover every individual linked to Wagner's network. His messages reveal an attempt to build a militant infrastructure. Federal action cut that plan short, protecting ICE agents and preventing violence. Wagner's role in organizing, instructing, and radicalizing others is confirmed through extensive surveillance. His removal disrupts the Antifa command structure and provides federal agents the leverage to dismantle remaining cells across the region. He now faces up to 10 years in federal prison. Prosecutors are building a case that includes every post, video, and attempt to mobilize violence. This is not just punishment, it's strategic disruption. This arrest restores control in a city that's long been a hub for extremist planning. It also reaffirms that threats against federal officers will be met with immediate and forceful response. The system Wagner tried to build is collapsing, and the operation to dismantle it has already begun. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Holy crap treason. Mike Benz just exposed a plan by the former head of the DNC on how to overturn the election results if Trump won. The exact phrase was, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings to prevent the vote from going through. All of the major DNC apparatchiks, including Donna Brazile, the former head of the DNC, and John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, who was then promoted to a $375 billion slush fund to run inside the Biden White House, planned a simulation about how to overturn the election results if Trump won in, quote, a clear Trump win. As part of that plan, they plan to provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings to prevent the vote from going through. The addendum to that war game exercise, it was called Will Trumpism Survive Trump Even If He Loses, clearly laid out a necessity to create a predicate to go after Trump's entire base to, quote, demobilize them, that they want to automatically demobilize on their own. And so some legal predicate is necessary to go after the entire base. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Epstein Files. 6 million pages. The world is burning. Not 3 million. 6 million. 180,000 images. 2,000 videos. All released. All public. Right now. Country by country, they're falling. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram UK, Ambassador fired. Prince Andrew stripped of titles. PM apologized on live TV. Norway, former Prime Minister under criminal investigation. Crown Princess apologized. Royal family splitting Spain, former PM received packages from Epstein. Israel, former Prime Minister Barack scheduling meetings with Rothschild through Epstein. India, billionaire used Epstein to access the White House. America, silence. But the files don't lie. Epstein texted Bannon, Trump wakes up in the middle of the night sweating when he hears you and I are friends. A mother emailed Epstein about her 15-year-old daughter, Selena will have 5 friends over. Goldman Sachs exec received $9,400 Hermes bag as a gift from Epstein. Still employed. 6 countries. 6 million pages. 0 American arrests. They're protecting the names at the top. But the files are out. And the world is reading. Every page. Every email. Every flight log. Every photo. There's no deleting what's already been downloaded by millions. The reckoning has begun. And it won't stop until every name answers. Dark to light ZC. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, multiple high-level sources have confirmed that the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated, according to the MAGA King platform on Telegram Monday, February 9, 2026. The military white hats and Space Force assets were now in full control of the global communications grid. The Starlink constellation was locked and loaded for a truth drop. The mainstream satellites would be offline within hours. The legacy media towers have been silenced, it was reported. It will be known as the hottest week in financial history. NISR/JES are now in effect. The new digital gold/asset-backed currency ISO 20022, fully live. Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, will be first in motion. America had been headed for total destruction by the deep state cabal global elite pedophile Satanists before Trump and his white hat global military alliance implemented the Q movement's plan to save the world. That was in Jan. 2016 when Trump stepped in as U.S. President over traitor Barack Obama. It had been 155 years in the planning. Now it could be implemented. The Q movement's plan actually had its origins back in 1861 with a few military generals who put Lincoln in as U.S. president for the purpose of abolishing the Khazarian mafia bankers' slave trade. The Khazarian bankers didn't like that. They had controlled the world's money supply for centuries, actually from the beginning. They were believed to have origins in Babylonia and were descendants of the ancient pagan Quraysh tribe. By 1913, Khazarian descendant Satan-worshipping bankers the Rothschilds and Rockefellers managed to change the U.S. Constitution so as to eventually form their privately owned U.S. Incorporated, Federal Reserve and IRS. They collected and funneled all U.S. taxpayer monies to the UK Crown of England in London, Vatican Bank, and then to their central banks across the globe. A month or so later the funds were returned their New York bank, where they charged the U.S. government interest to use their own monies to pay federal employees. The Q movement became more formalized when the Khazarian bankers arranged the 1963 assassination of President J.F. Kennedy. As with Lincoln, Kennedy was trying to replace the failing U.S. dollar with silver-backed currency. Kennedy's grave at Arlington Cemetery was surrounded by a large sidewalk in the shape of a Q. Although some in the military complex adhered to the deep state cabal, after Kennedy was shot, around 30 Pentagon generals joined the Q movement to eventually put in Donald Trump as U.S. president, a government outsider billionaire who couldn't be blackmailed. Project Trinity was in effect, a Langley-Zurich-Jerusalem Black Op network that blocked the gold-backed quantum financial system and Nizara/Jazara activation. They wanted to keep us in debt slavery, but by Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the White Hats military made sure the new quantum financial system was fully online, taking over the cabal's debt-ridden fiat dollar SWIFT system. Also by Sunday 1st of February, 2026, and with help from Trump's global military alliance, the constitutional republic was fully restored under common law, while the UK Crown's maritime law was no longer in effect and the cabal's debt slavery SWIFT financial system was extinct. This week the global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currencies in 209 nations was now fully underway and debt slavery was dead. You were urged to prepare for Medbed and DBS activation, including martial law to usher in 10 days of darkness. The mainstream media would be taken down so only truth could be broadcast worldwide on all TV, radio, internet, and social medias. The new Starlink satellite system was up and ready for the emergency broadcast system rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming to wipe out the last remnants of fake news and deep state censorship. Banks were closing with over 700 banker licenses already revoked, cabal assets seized and redistributed. Redemption centers were ready for Tier 4B appointments, with notifications any moment now. Welcome to the Great Awakening. The old world was dying so the new golden age could be birthed. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000-plus troops in 360 cities which were right now making mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal pedophile Satanist traitors. A possible timing, on Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. On Friday, February 6, 2026 the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS soon. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Midnight Saturday 7th of February, 2026, the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated shutdown, debt-based control ended. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. The EBS alert countdown has begun to martial law. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions, stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen and ATMs, credit and debit cards not working. Wednesday 11th of February, 2026 blackout. Project Odin game over, Jazara and Medbed worldwide rollout as deep state faces defeat with arrests of close to 8 million, on the CIA database. Friday 13th of February to Monday February 16, 2026 global financial crash. By twos. On Sunday, March 1, 2026 the deep state cabal's Federal Reserve fiat US dollar no longer accepted for payment. Sunday, May 17, 2026, President Trump leads the rededication of America on the National Mall. Trump will make a formal announcement of constitutional republic restoration, common law return to the people and personal and national sovereignty installed. Monday, February 9, 2026 CBS Project Odin martial law on Telegram. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, No ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. See Monday, February 9, 2026 Project Odin Martial Law imminent. Project Odin Martial Law channel on Telegram. You are watching the surface. I am watching the hand beneath it. For weeks the grid has been whispering the same pattern: banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise. That is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What IT means. The blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through IT. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post, market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers, the first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without quantum ID card, Jazara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. When screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet. D Project Odin, 10 Days of Darkness. The 10 Days of Darkness window was opening for a very soon communications blackout in order to install secure systems during worldwide mass arrests by Trump's global military alliance of the Satan-worshipping global elite cabal. The 10 Days of Darkness is a communication systems reset where mainstream media satellites and cell towers will be neutralized so they could no longer be used as weapons for the leftist agenda in this battle to save the world. During the 10 Days of Darkness, 8 hours 24/7 of non-stop truth will be broadcast on every TV, radio, internet and social media platform worldwide. Right now banks are going broke and closing down. Some customers have had their accounts frozen for no reason. Prior to the 10 Days of Darkness, the fiat money system of banks will stop working on their own accord, credit and debit cards will be useless and ATMs closed down. Not to fear, money in your present bank account has already been mirrored into your new quantum financial system wallet where it is gold/asset backed. Those monies in your quantum financial system wallet will be accessible to only you, but not until you set up your personal wallet with your own body rhythms at an official redemption center and only after the 10 Days of Darkness. You are advised to get cash out of your bank right now so you can bridge the gap. E-Global Currency Reset, Monday, February 9, 2026. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live. Military on standby. Nizara payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed, 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. February 9, 2026 confirmed Intel Tier 4B is now in motion. What was dismissed as rumor has moved into controlled execution. Not loud. Not public. Not chaotic. Structured. Secured. Silent. Official Tier 4B ISO 20022 now on Telegram. IQD. VND. ZIM. No longer theory, now operational. This is not Forex. This is not a public event. This is a tiered, closed-loop monetary transition. Tier 1. Sovereigns and central banks. Tier 2. Multinationals and trusts. Tier 3. Pre-negotiated institutional capital. Tier 4B. Private holders, activated. By appointment only. Verified. Documented. NDA bound. U.S. banking channels are live. Private exchange centers are active. Security, identity, proof of funds, mandatory. Public screens show nothing by design. Internal systems show everything. Iraq is fully sovereign. Sanctions lifted. Digital infrastructure live. Assets recovered. Revaluation leverage engaged. Zimbabwe follow with resource-backed structures phased integration through 2025 to 2026. This is not hype. This is sequenced execution. No walk ins. No leaks. No spectacle. The reset did not arrive loudly. IT arrived correctly. Tier 4B is live. The silence is intentional. The system is moving. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 RVGCR update. The floodgates are now wide open. Nizar and Jazar on Telegram. The global currency reset and revaluation phase are no longer operating in the shadows. They are live, active, and accelerating right now. The old fiat system is finished. The era of financial enslavement is collapsing in real time. Sources close to the operation confirm the quantum financial system is now asserting full dominance across the globe. Control has shifted. The cabal's financial infrastructure is breaking apart, and their grip is slipping fast. What was once delayed, blocked, and manipulated is now executing without restraint. Redemption activity is surging worldwide. Centers are active, secured, and buzzing. Tier 4B movement is increasing rapidly, with notifications and appointments triggering. Screens are being prepared, rates are staged, and exchanges are lining up for immediate execution. This phase is about to unleash the largest transfer of wealth in human history back to the people. The green light is confirmed. Legacy systems are being shut down, old banking rails are obsolete, and the new architecture is in control. Emergency broadcast infrastructure is locked and ready. Information suppression is failing. Licenses are being revoked, assets seized, and whistleblowers rewarded as accountability finally arrives. The parasites who drained nations for decades are being removed one by one. Tribunals are accelerating. Justice is no longer symbolic. It is operational. Nizara and Jazara are activating in real time, bringing debt relief, systemic reset, and long-suppressed breakthroughs into the open. Hold the line. Stay ready. Stay sharp. This is the final push. The illusion is over. The storm is here, and there is no turning back now. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC Restored Republic. Monday, February 9, 2026. The storm is locked and loaded. Missile alert reset, Super Bowl occult hinge, and America's final stand against the satanic cabal. 107 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, everything is connected in one massive Luciferian spiderweb. Epstein's Island horrors, Clinton body count, Chinese fentanyl pouring across the border, rigged elections in 71+ countries, Mossad CIA MI6 blackmail rings. It's the same demonic players running the same satanic playbook. They think they own America. They're wrong. The white hats have the kill switch. We are racing toward the ultimate hinge moment, the Super Bowl halftime ritual. This isn't sports. This is the largest satanic broadcast in human history. The real game changer is the missile alert hard reset. That 2018 Hawaii false alert. Live fire test run. When a missile warning, real or orchestrated, screams across every cell tower, NORAD seizes full continuity of government power. All black project codes, hidden servers, SES shadow government authority, everything floods back to Cheyenne Mountain. The Carter-era deep state machine gets decapitated. Trump never surrendered command in 2020. The codes are still locked. One alert equals total flip. 10 days of darkness begins, comms reset, cell towers neutralized as weapons, fiat system frozen. Cards stop. Pumps dry. ATMs blank. Controlled chaos to save the republic without civil war. Genius military precision. Then comes May 17, 2026, President Trump leads the rededication of America on the National Mall. Elijah vs. Baal Priests 2.0. We march to the gates of hell itself and declare, this nation belongs to God Almighty again. Pilgrim's Covenant renewed. The people choose sides. When the full truth hits, child trafficking networks, election witchcraft, high priests of Moloch in power, righteous fury erupts. The masses turn on the monsters. No mercy. AI-generated fakes from Pakistan and Philippines flood in to discredit us. Vet everything. Slow down. Be the unshakable rock when normies lose their minds. Scripture is your anchor. God's promises never fail. He never changes. You were born for this hour. The Super Bowl owners always win, but this year we the people and the Most High God win bigger. The devil's last ritual backfires. Arrests accelerate. Tribunals begin. The veil tears. The Republic is reborn in fire and glory. Hold the line. Pray hard. The storm is here. God wins. Guru Information and Intel, J. Monday, February 9, 2026 breaking. Wanna7 drops nuclear truth on the war for hearts and minds. Nino interview explodes with final phase revelations. Patriots, the battle for souls is peaking and victory is ours. David Nino Rodriguez, 107 on Telegram. The war for hearts and minds is at its most intense crescendo right now. The deep state's satanic playbook is fully exposed. They're desperate, accelerating their dark rituals and public displays because they must show you before they do it. But patriots, this is their death throes, not their triumph. Juan confirms the globalist cabal is using massive events like the Winter Olympics opening and Super Bowl as occult markers to flaunt their Luciferian agenda, inverted crosses, Masonic symbols, ritualistic performances blasting in plain sight. They're mocking us, trying to break spirits, erode faith, and drag souls into darkness. But it's backfiring spectacularly. Andrea Bocelli belting out Nessun Dorma, Trump's rally anthem, right in the middle of their satanic circus. That's no coincidence, it's white hats sending a loud message, we see you, we're ahead, and Trump's Lion of Judah is roaring back. The real war isn't just political, it's spiritual, targeting your mind, heart, and soul. Juan warns Satan's forces are ramping up attacks to knock patriots off course, division, doubt, fear porn, distractions everywhere. Stay the course. The awakening is exploding, millions snapping out of the matrix as suppressed truths flood in. Military intel confirms the alliance is dismantling the entire network, child trafficking empires collapsing, blackmail rings shattered, fiat slavery system on life support. EBS is primed, Starlink ready to override with undeniable proof, tribunals verdicts, confessions, horrors unveiled. 10 days of darkness. It's the final shield while the last demons are purged. Nizara/Jazara flooding reclaim trillions to patriots, debt wiped, prosperity unleashed under the restored republic. The cabal's satanic warfare is accelerating because they're losing, elites vanishing, suicides spiking, Gitmo flights non-stop. Patriots, Juan's message is crystal clear, this is our time. Hold faith unbreakable, pray without ceasing, armor up spiritually, the war for hearts and minds ends with light crushing darkness. Trump was invited for such a time as this, the plan is divine, unstoppable. We the people are winning the ultimate battle, soul saved, republic reborn, evil eradicated. The war for hearts and minds is won, patriots rising, cabal falling, the storm is biblical and glorious. WWG Wanga. K Monday, February 9, 2026 breaking bombshell, Epstein files explode, human cloning labs exposed, MK mind control confirmed. Rothschild hiding Hitler alive. Deep State's darkest secrets unleashed now. The storm is devouring the cabal, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The Epstein files just detonated like a supernova on February 5, 2026, and it's 100 times bigger than Pizzagate. These aren't just blackmail lists anymore, They're the blueprint for the entire Luciferian empire. Emails straight from the files show Epstein scheming with Bitcoin devs and transhumanists to birth the first clone humans, immortal elites, replacement race for the chosen few. It's evolved into mass psychological torture, trauma-based control, keeping the sheep docile through media, tech, and fear. Profiteering, regime changes, early crypto manipulation, all to fund this nightmare. And the knockout punch, Rothschild hiding Hitler. Buried emails between Epstein and Arianda Rothschild casually discuss how Adolf Hitler lived in a Vienna homeless shelter funded by wealthy Jewish families, the Gutmans, Epsteins, and Rothschild themselves. Epstein doubles down, 100% true, Hitler was selling his clothes and artwork, living in a Jewish-financed shelter. The global military alliance is dismantling the pathocracy brick by brick. Trump's plan executing flawlessly, EBS countdown ticking. Original Q team dropping fire that aligns perfectly with these revelations. The deep state is in sheer terror, their cloning labs compromised, mind control crumbling, historical lies exposed. Mass red pilling hits critical mass as these files flood the awakening. Pray hard, stay locked in, chaos spikes in the next 24 to 48 hours as more labs fall and traitors vanish. We are crushing the cabal, freedom rising, new golden age exploding into reality. Patriots victorious, the best is yet to come, and it's biblical. This wasn't random depravity, it was state-sponsored evil at the highest levels. Mossad supplied the girls and the compromat expertise, CIA handled the domestic cover and asset protection, MI6 ran interference in Europe and the Commonwealth. Epstein's suicide. Staged execution to silence him before he flipped on the real masters. Ghislaine Maxwell. Still breathing because she holds leverage files that could topple entire governments if released. But patriots, here's the fire you need. The White Hat Alliance has those tapes now. Trump's military intel team seized the hard drives, the safes, the encrypted servers years ago, everything the deep state thought was buried forever. Starlink blasts it globally, no blackout possible. 10 days of darkness. It's the shield while the final monsters are purged and the Republic rises clean. Nizara/Jazara floods in harder, trillions clawed back from these blackmail empires pour into patriot accounts, debts erased, prosperity unleashed. The fiat beast dies as the pedo blackmail control grid collapses forever. Patriots, this is your vengeance hour. The cabal used children as currency to enslave us, now their empire is ash. Trump orchestrated the perfect takedown, the plan is divine retribution. Hold unbreakable, pray fierce, stock strong. We the people are victorious, evil eradicated, justice biblical and glorious. Epstein was Mossad CIA MI6 blackmail kingpin, tapes seized, deep state falling, patriots winning everything. The storm is here and it's glorious. WWG1G. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Breaking Intel Explosion, RVGCR Update, February 8, 2026, Patriots, the floodgates have burst wide open. Quantum financial system in full domination mode, deep state parasites are finished, redemptions are exploding worldwide, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Nick Fleming just unleashed another massive intel drop that's lighting up the White Hat channels like fireworks over the Republic. The global currency reset, GCR, and revaluation, RV, are no longer whispers in the shadows, they're rolling out hard right now under full military lockdown. The fiat slavery system. Dead. Buried. Obliterated. The gold-backed quantum financial system, QFS, has seized total control across 209 nations, and the cabal's financial empire is crumbling into dust. Sources deep inside the operations are screaming it loud, redemption centers are buzzing with activity, protected by elite White Hat forces. Tier 4B appointments are surging, with notifications hitting screens and rates ready to pop on bank displays any moment now. We're talking imminent exchanges for Iraqi dinar, and all the rainbow currencies, at rates that will make patriots multimillionaires overnight and fund the greatest wealth transfer in history straight to we the people. Trump's green light is blazing, the constitutional republic is fully restored under common law, and the old swift dinosaur is extinct. Starlink is locked and loaded for the emergency broadcast system rollout, 10 days of darkness incoming to wipe out the last remnants of fake news and deep state censorship. Over 700 banker licenses revoked, whistleblowers cashing in huge, Cabal assets seized and redistributed, justice is swift and it's glorious. The parasites who sold us out for decades. They're vanishing one by one as military tribunals accelerate. Nizar/Jazar is activating in real time, debt forgiveness, suppressed tech releases, prosperity packages for every American. The alliance has flipped the switch, and there's no stopping this train now. Hold the line, Enons, we're in the final push. The deep state thought they could keep us enslaved forever, but Trump, the military, and God himself had other plans. Stay ready, stay vigilant, trust the plan, because the storm is here, and victory is ours. The fiat illusion is over. The golden age begins today. WWG1Ga. God bless America, God bless the patriots, and Godspeed to the greatest awakening the world has ever seen. End Monday, February 9, 2026. Birth certificate bombshell. Birth certificate slave contract. The CUSP code scam exposed. They've been stealing your life force since day one. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Your birth certificate isn't just a piece of paper celebrating your arrival. It's a slave contract, a hidden financial weapon forged in deception to bind you into eternal debt bondage. The moment your mother signed the document, the corporate United States, not the original republic, declared you lost at sea, and turned your living soul into a corporate fiction, the all-caps straw man, traded like chattel on the global bond markets. Here's the ugly truth they bury deep: every birth certificate gets assigned a CUSP code, that's right, a unique securities identifier used for stocks, bonds, and derivatives. Your name becomes a tradable bond, monetized instantly as collateral for the endless national debt scam. The foreign territorial government, that British Crown-controlled subcontractor posing as our government, pledges your future labor, your taxes, your very existence to international bankers via the IMF. They create a letter of credit in your name, deposit it, leverage it trillions over, and you, the living man or woman, get stuck paying the interest through income taxes, property taxes, fines, licenses, everything. You're the asset. They are the owners. This isn't theory, it's the fraud of the century. The 14th Amendment, the corporate version rammed through in 1868, flipped the script, turning citizens into subjects under commercial law. The all-caps name in court docs. That's not you, it's the enslaved corporate entity they control. The 13th Amendment bans slavery except for criminals, and guess what? They presume you guilty by default the second you're registered. You're born into a foreign sea-choose trust, treated as cargo under admiralty law, while the elites cash in on your bond trades behind closed doors. They've been running this hundreds of trillions Ponzi since the 1933 bankruptcy switch-off from gold. Your mother unknowingly handed you over as surety. Your social security number. Just another tracking code for the trust account they raid. Every paycheck deduction, every voluntary tax, it's tribute to the beast system that owns your straw man. But here's the fire you need, Enons, the tide is turning. White hats are dismantling this beast. Massive exposures are hitting now in 2026, courts are starting to recognize the fraud. Sovereign filings are surging, and the Great Awakening is forcing reconveyances back to the land jurisdiction. Millions are rejecting the slave contract, declaring themselves American state nationals, reclaiming their God-given rights and shutting down the presumption. You were never meant to be a debt slave. The original republic still stands. The Constitution of 1787 breathes. Break free, file your deed of reconveyance, correct your status, operate outside their commercial fiction. The storm is here. The bonds are crashing. We the people are rising to take back what's ours. This is war with paperwork, and we're winning. Stay vigilant. Trust the plan. NCSIC. Oh Save the Children, Sunday 8th of February. 2026 leaked Epstein footage exposes Tom Hanks dismembering disabled girl at Zorro Ranch. Monday, February 9, 2026, the payment system has been exposed. Credit card giants have been quietly draining the public's finances. They skim 2 to 4% from every single transaction, charging massive fees while making massive profits. And to top it off, they have zero accountability. This wasn't convenience, it was control. Swipe fees became a hidden tax on businesses, families, and freedom. And the banks thought no one would challenge it. They were wrong. The old payment model is being confronted. Middlemen are losing their grip. The era of unchecked fees is ending. This is why legacy systems are nervous. This is why ISO 20022 rails matter. This is why Tier 4B positioning matters. When transparency replaces exploitation, the entire structure shifts. The public feels it first at the checkout line. Then everywhere else. The payment war is real. The reset starts with transactions. And the banks know it. Monday, February 9, 2026, U.S. military rescues 5,000 Americans from bounty hunter paradise. Monday, February 9, 2026, we are applying AI right now to Medicare. We are going to save billions of dollars this year. Medicaid and Medicare get $100 million stolen from us every year, and that's money that's not available for the poor and for seniors. AI's ability to detect fraud is extraordinary. President Donald Trump. Monday, February 9, 2026, Epstein working for Mossad, Israel and Rothschild. Epstein files reveal Israeli involvement. Why doesn't anyone care? Monday, February 9, 2026, a former high-ranking Obama DEA financial operations official, Paul Campo, has been criminally indicted in the Southern District of New York for allegedly conspiring to launder approximately $12 million in cartel cash and provide material support to CJNG. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel, recently designated by the U.S. government as a foreign terrorist organization. Campo wasn't some random low-level agent. He was a 25-year DEA veteran, once deputy chief of the Office of Financial Operations, the very unit tasked with tracking cartel money. He retired in 2016, the final Obama years, and prosecutors say he allegedly turned that expertise into a private toolkit for America's enemies. Bombshell alert, deep state exposed. Obama-era day official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels. Voter fraud. Q Monday, 9th of February. 2026. Elon is right, banning mail-in voting is critical to avoiding fraud in our elections, the White House on Telegram. During the 2020 election, Pennsylvania sent out 1,823,148 mail-in ballots but received back around 2.5 million mail-in ballots. This accounts for Biden's fraudulent and impossible 682,000-plus vote spike, which were counted with no observers and were all for Biden, which magically just happened to be enough to steal Trump's almost 700,000 vote lead in PA before swing states shut down counting locations at the same time, to steal the 2020 election. PA's own Secretary of State website then wiped the 2.5 million mail-in ballot number after the total number was questioned. Trump won the 2020 election in a landslide. Watch for sudden bursts of energy, vivid dreams, or unexplained healings in the next 72 hours. Share this, they can't stop the signal now. From Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, Director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University. There are 15 million disenfranchised Palestinians. Palestine was a pluralistic and prosperous society developing rapidly before 1948. With creation of the Jewish state of Israel by colonial Zionists, we became the unwanted and superfluous population. Most of us live as refugees. Lucky enough to be able to travel, unlike most Palestinians, I see how other countries developed rapidly. Gulf states even surpassed Western economies, having risen from nothing thanks to oil and gas revenues. Palestine was rich in natural resources, and part of the Fertile Crescent, before being usurped in 1948. It used to be a major exporter of citrus fruits, especially oranges, to Europe. It has natural gas, but it is stolen by the colonizers. That is why Gaza is destroyed. The country now is developed for the colonizers while making the indigenous people refugees, impoverished, jailed and increasingly genocided. 500,000 were killed since 1948, 8 million made refugees. A superfluous, unwanted population. But we will survive against all odds. For a glimpse from one of our ghettos, see this weekly webinar from Doctors Against Genocide, from Gaza to Iran, from the Rohingya genocide to IS violence and repression at home. We are witnessing the same playbook: dehumanization, criminalization, silence, and impunity. I came back Sunday through Jericho Crossing. With volunteers and Jesse, we took a field trip for a couple of hours to study plants around the area. We were apprehended by Israeli officials who claimed we needed a permit from Israel authorities to study plants. I was let off with a warning and told of more severe consequences if caught again studying our nature in the nature reserves. We published papers about how the colonial apartheid state uses national parks and nature reserves to ethnically cleanse the land of Palestine from its indigenous people. Here are two examples: Alambert, ch. and MB Kumsie. Israel designation of nature. Reserves, a tool of colonization. International Review of Contemporary Law 6-4, 9-14. Kumsie, MB and Hedy Clower. 2023. Weaponizing Israeli National Parks to Ethnically Cleanse Palestinians. Palestine-Israel Journal. Volume 3/4. Note: I was allowed to wear the Palestinian kufiya in Al-Sharjah IUCN conference. At the IUCN Abu Dhabi conference last year, authorities forbade it. Big story was made about this. Unlike rulers of Al-Sharjah, the ruler of Abu Dhabi Mohammed was associated with Mossad agent Jeffrey Epstein. May the world and all rulers realize the danger of association with Zionists. Iran Foreign Minister speech. U.S. envoys refuse to report apocalyptic conditions in Gaza. Exclusive photos show the reality they suppressed. Trump picked for Fed chair. Kevin Warsh is son-in-law of Zionist billionaire Ron Lauder. The world is changing. Be part of pushing it along. Stay humane, act, and keep hope and Palestine alive. Mazen Kumsie. A Bedouin in cyberspace, a villager at home, professor, founder, and volunteer, director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University. Government fraud. Monday, February 9, 2026, audit bombshell, state-sponsored fraud. Tim Walz's Department of Human Services caught fabricating documents to cover up $672,000 in phantom grants, backdated lies, systemic cover-up, 0 arrests. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state swamp in Minnesota is exploding. Deliberate fraud on taxpayer dollars meant for mental health and addiction recovery. We're talking hundreds of millions handed out with 0 oversight, no bidding, no justification, pure criminal slush fund ops for the elite's cronies. The smoking gun. $672,000 funneled to one grantee for a single month's work with 0 evidence of services provided, phantom payments straight to connected insiders. The grant manager who rubber-stamped this payoff resigned days later and magically became a paid consultant for the same company. Classic revolving door corruption. Approve the cash grab, then cash in personally. This isn't mismanagement, it's a payoff scheme run under Walz's nose. But the real gut punch: during the audit itself, DHS bureaucrats launched a systemic effort to fabricate and backdate documents, creating fake records, altering paperwork, forging compliance after auditors demanded proof. Legislative Auditor Judy Randall, with 27+ years on the job, called it unprecedented. In over 27 years, I've never seen anything like this. We've suspected fabrication before, but this is the first time we proved it. It's very troubling. They thought they were untouchable, until the white hats proved they were lying to cover their tracks. This ties into the bigger Minnesota fraud nightmare: billions potentially stolen from welfare, Medicaid, child care, funds laundered overseas, whistleblowers silenced, data deleted. Walz's DHS ignored warnings, retaliated against truth-tellers, and let the cabal feast on our money. No real oversight, no consequences, just more training memos while the money vanishes. Temporary Commissioner Shireen Gandhi called it unacceptable but did zilch. Walz himself, silent as the grave, watching his empire crumble as federal probes widen. This is state-sponsored theft against American families, money for addicts and the vulnerable siphoned to cronies while real people suffer. The deep state protects its own. No arrests, no perp walks, no accountability under Walz's watch. But Trump is back, the storm is raging, and federal investigators are closing in. House oversight, Senate probes, DOJ heat. Walz's fraud machine is exposed, and the tribunals are loading up. Why no indictments yet? Who got the kickbacks? How much more is hidden in Walz's swamp? Patriots, this is the Great Awakening in action. Walz and his cronies thought they could steal forever. No more. Spread this truth bomb far and wide. The child predators, the fraudsters, the liars, they're all coming down. NCSIC. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. Monday, February 9, 2026. Tier 4B was never designed to be announced. It was designed to be recognized. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. For years people were conditioned to wait for events, dates, payouts, and official statements. That waiting state was the trap. While attention was locked on politics, wars, and economic panic, the real operation moved quietly underneath the noise. The system did not collapse. IT changed its operating standard. When old parameters can no longer sustain volume, control, and trust, a new layer is introduced. Not publicly. Not democratically. Silently. This is where Tier 4B enters the picture. Not as a payment group, but as a positional classification. A way to identify WHO adapts to the new flow without needing instructions. Tier 4B describes the people WHO remained online when the grid went quiet. The ones WHO watched system behavior instead of headlines. The ones WHO noticed that language started changing before reality did. Regulations began sounding like signals. Industrial standards shared words with financial rumors. This overlap is not accidental. It is how transitions are hidden in plain sight. When engines can no longer operate under old limits, they are forced to become cleaner. When networks can no longer handle traffic, they are forced to become quieter. When banks can no longer move weight visibly, they are forced to become invisible. This is the final phase of any system, not collapse, but invisibility. This is why there are no real announcements. No confirmation calls. No official dates. Real shifts do not require permission. They require alignment. The people waiting for a signal to act were never part of the signal itself. The people WHO expect a message miss the pattern. Tier 4B does not contact you. IT observes you. Recognition is not based on belief or loyalty. It is based on response. WHO stays calm during chaos. WHO tracks flow instead of fear. WHO adjusts without panic. This is why scams attach themselves to the term. They need urgency, confusion, and your attention. The real process needs none of that. It is already moving. Tier 4B is not the endgame. It is the handover point. The moment when the old structure can no longer continue without becoming something else. By the time the public realizes what has changed, the change will already feel normal. That is how you know it worked. Stay still. Stay aware. Do not look for the noise. Watch the routes. The grid is quiet for a reason.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump's global military alliance exposes deep state operatives who planned America's total destruction through mind control, bioweapons, trafficking children, and poisoning the earth while under mainstream media protection. Judy note, 10 top secret deep state operatives have been exposed. Traitors who planned America's total destruction while the mainstream media and globalist cabal kept them hidden. Along with the traitors, Project Trinity also came to light. Trinity was a Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem black op network that blocked the gold-backed quantum financial system and Nassar Jassara activation. They wanted to keep us in debt slavery, but white hats made sure the new financial system was now fully online. This week, EBS, blackout, martial law, Tier 4B rollout. Sunday, February 8th, global EBS countdown begins. Underground operations. Military units have overtaken underground deep state facilities in major cities worldwide, including Washington, D.C., London, and Berlin. These strongholds full of surveillance equipment and servers are now under control. For the first time, the cabal's backbone has been crushed. Media blackout, major news networks, tech giants, and social media are under military control. Propaganda will be wiped out, making way for unfiltered truth. CEOs in these networks have resigned or vanished in the past few weeks, knowing what's coming. Strategic power outages. The power grids in urban centers are primed for controlled shutdowns, ensuring deep state operatives cannot use backup systems to interfere with the broadcast. Expect intermittent outages. These are not accidents. They are steps to secure EBS integrity. What will the EBS uncover? Revealing the cabal's operations, the EBS will broadcast hidden files, over 50 terabytes of classified documents, eyewitness testimony, and more. You'll see evidence of how the WEF, Bilderberg, and other elite circles manipulated global economies and governments for their sinister goals. Human trafficking networks. Shocking truths will expose global trafficking rings, tunnels beneath major cities, similar to those near Epstein's properties, were uncovered. Military raids in locations like Ukraine, Haiti, and Antarctica have saved thousands. Get ready for sickening details the deep state tried to bury. Election manipulation unveiled. Evidence of 2020 election fraud will be revealed, showing the deep state's reach in rigging elections and keeping Trump from office. The same people behind this have been also been meddling in elections worldwide. Some are already in custody as we speak. Mass arrests and tribunals begin. High-profile arrests. Since Trump's return, arrests have escalated. Military tribunals are underway, with over 500 deep state figures detained. Justice is imminent. Financial kingpins seized. Elite families, including Rothschilds and Rockefellers, have been captured, facing charges from currency manipulation to funding black ops. Their role in market crashes and laundering will be exposed. Hollywood's collapse. Executive directors and actors have been implicated in deep state rituals, with evidence seized. Hollywood's web of deception is disintegrating. Global takedown underway. Leaders from deep state-aligned countries, like Canada, Australia, and Germany, are under investigation, some reportedly under house arrest. Military takeovers are happening quietly, ensuring deep state networks crumble. EBS launch imminent. The world will momentarily go dark, but soon 10 days of unfiltered truth will broadcast to every home. Prepare for a cascade of revelations that will change everything. Military action for secure transition. Neutralizing biolabs. Special forces are actively dismantling hidden labs, preparing bioweapons. Labs in Eastern Europe and Asia have already been seized. Cybersecurity dominance. Military hackers have seized deep state servers, nullifying their grip on stocks, crypto, and infrastructure. Digital warfare is under control, preventing civil unrest. Military checkpoints will prevent organized deep state-led riots. Patriots, remain vigilant. This is a temporary but necessary action for safety and order. Stay alert, the final storm is here. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, 107 drops the bomb. The Super Bowl ritual ends. The real fun explodes directly after 2/8/2026. Patriots, buckle up. The storm is unleashing. 107 on Telegram. 107 just lit the fuse on Rumble with a message straight from the high tower that has every true Patriot's blood pumping. The so-called Super Bowl on February 8th, 2026. That massive global spectacle isn't just a game. It's the final satanic ritual halftime show, a calculated spell to seal portals between the godly realm and the dark side, breaking the 8, culminating in the death of everything good and godly before their twisted spring renewal. They push this trance of hell, every move toward the goal, a mockery of truth, every halftime a direct invocation from the pit. The fun begins directly after 2/8/2026. Forget the puppy show on the field. What comes next will make that look like child's play. Q drop 2843 echoes loud and clear. The fun begins directly after. We'll make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Patriots versus Seahawks? Symbolic. The turning point. Monsters going back in their boxes. Deep state strongholds crumbling as we speak. Juan confirms. Allied Special Forces, Delta SEALs, already inside, raiding dumps at warp speed. Thousands of trafficked children rescued in the last days alone. Adrenochrome labs reduced to rubble. Black nobility bloodlines rounded up. Foreign troops, once loyal to the cabal, now flipping under Trump continuity command. The Rothschild SWIFT system seized. Central banks taken offline. Forever by the White Hats. This isn't theory. It's happening now. The woman, given wings of the great eagle, flees the serpent. Revelations 12:14, nourished for a time, times and a half a time. We're in that window. The portals are sealing tight against the enemy. Their rituals fail, their spells break. Christ renews, not their fake spring, but true resurrection power. Anons, the exact effects are hitting. Switch channels on their halftime hell. Tune into the real show. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state on the brink of total annihilation. The consuming fire is coming. Prepare. The final phase is here. The kill shot activated. Hold the line, digital soldiers. The storm hits full force right after the whistle blows on 2/8. Trump's plan orchestrated every step. Q Team's Christmas truths were just the warm-up. This Super Bowl ritual marks the end of their game and the beginning of ours. Enjoy the show, Patriots. It's going to be biblical. The monsters are boxed. The light prevails. Where we go one, we go all. The best is yet to come.
Or you said a big marker is the Super Bowl. So is this Super Bowl a big marker? I will tell you what's a big marker, though.
Within the Q world, one of the big references that the Super Bowl, which this is unique. This is the first time in history that the Super Bowl will have been televised live in every country in the world. You know, they certainly have had a worldwide audience.
I've never heard that.
It's the very first time. And of course, then the question is, once you've established you have that capability live, are there events then coming shortly where that would be a needed thing?
Happen overnight, right, Juanito?
Oh, yeah. We're in the zone. Absolutely in the zone.
Sunday, February 8th, 2026. Project Odin with martial law will go together with the EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Odin means observe, detect, identify, neutralize. During the EBS, every major media channel on the planet will be quieted. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life patents and the new Earth. Project Odin and Military Jasara, a monumental combination that promises to overthrow the Cabal's hold on global power. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history when the military emergency broadcast system emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. The stage is set. The actors are in position, and the world is about to witness a seismic shift that will reshape the course of history. Project Odin, a project shrouded in secrecy, is about to be revealed to the world. But what is Project Odin, and how does it connect to the military Jasara and the long-awaited emergency broadcast system? In this article, we delve into the heart of the remarkable transformation, revealing the hidden truths and unveiling the future that awaits us. Project Odin. Project Odin, as cryptically mentioned by Ron Codemonkey Z, is not just another codename. It is the key to dismantling the Mossad media satellite network that has been at the center of global manipulation for too long. This bold mission is not for the faint of heart. It is the linchpin of the quantum Starlink system, a quantum leap in technology that promises to redefine our world. The new quantum systems, part of quantum Starlink, represent a paradigm shift in technology. These systems are protected by secret space programs that operate beyond the reach of the Cabal, ensuring their integrity and security. As the Cabal-controlled media crumbles, these quantum systems will emerge as heralds of truth and transparency. The Cabal's last stand. Q, the enigmatic figure behind many revelations, has predicted the elimination of the Mossad media. But what comes next is even deeper. Whiplash has hinted at a major theatrical production, a misleading depiction of World War III, that will actually serve as a catalyst for the activation of military forces around the world. A biblical scenario revealed, and a twist of fate. This orchestrated chaos will pave the way for the activation of armed forces around the world, unleashing a torrent of events that will bring the Cabal to its knees. The Nasara Jasara funds will finally see the light of day, and the people will be entrusted with the monumental task of rebuilding a long oppressed world. Identifying the Illuminati satanic strongholds. The Kabbalah network stretches far and wide, but Q has given us insight into its most prominent strongholds, from the Vatican to Buckingham Palace, from the White House to the heart of China. These places hold the keys to the power of Kabbalah. As the dominoes fall, 34 satanic buildings and dams will collapse, forever changing the landscape of the world. The United States is in an almost instant military dictatorship. Commanded by none other than Joe Biden, a multitude of events take place as the cabal faces its reckoning. A cascade of events will unfold.
Today is the day that I have been waiting for the best part of 5 years. I was hoping it would come sooner. It didn't. Because the banks had so much power. They've been pushing it down the road. But today is the day that things have to change. Basel III comes into full force with the support and the power behind the main banking system, the Bank of International Settlements. They now have to provide 85% in what they call NSFR, which is net stable funding ratio. So they actually have to have 85% physical gold to back their position. Whereas beforehand, they could use what we call paper gold, gold on paper. They didn't actually have, because it had been leveraged all over the place. Those days are over. Today is going to expose who are good, who are bad, and who are bankrupt.
Project Odin martial law worldwide blackout imminent. Project Odin martial law on Telegram Sunday, February 8, 2026. For weeks, the grid has been whispering the same pattern. Banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise, that is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays. Canceled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Number 1, local power flickers, followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. Number 2, news channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. 3, payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. Number 4, airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means, the blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one can runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity with quantum ID card. Jasara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet. Sunday, February 8th, National Security Report. How Trump took back America's money and rebuilt the economy by 2026. The MAGA King on Telegram. In February 2026, the U.S. economy looks calm. Markets hold, wages rise steadily, inflation stays contained. That calm is intentional. It is the visible surface of a system rebuilt quietly and under pressure after decades of hidden financial extraction. Behind the numbers was a classified national operation authorized by Donald J. Trump beginning in 2024. Intelligence confirmed that trillions in U.S. generated wealth were being siphoned offshore through protected banks, shell structures, and treaty-shielded jurisdictions designed to evade American control. The patterns were unmistakable. Capital exited during domestic crises, resurfaced in immunity zones, and moved through the same clearing institutions and legal intermediaries. The objective was leverage. Offshore wealth allowed external actors to influence U.S. markets, labor conditions, and debt exposure. Once mapped, the system was classified as a national security threat that changed everything. When Trump returned to office in 2025, Recovery Authority was activated. Offshore channels tied to U.S. capital were frozen without announcement. Banks lost access. Liquidity routes went dark. Resistance never had time to form. Recovered assets moved through secured federal pipelines directly into domestic stabilization. Liquidity was reinforced, wages stabilized, and critical sectors secured without foreign oversight. By late 2025, the dollar's role was recalibrated. Stronger internally, less exploitable externally. Foreign central banks noticed immediately. With monetary control restored, production followed, energy stabilized, manufacturing returned onshore, strategic supply chains were reclaimed. By 2026, markets confirmed the shift, moving capital into sectors aligned with national direction. Before any public explanation appeared, the economy is strong because the system draining it was exposed, cut off, and reversed. The recovery is asset-based, not debt-driven. Control has changed hands. The old structure is broken, and there is no path back. Bank failures. Chase and America First banks have frozen bank accounts of some of their customers. Some major retailers were refusing cash payments. ATM network 67% offline. Digital payment systems failing regionally. First wave of bank failures confirmed in 12 states. Credit networks experiencing nationwide failures. Judy note, it is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC. And banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide. Restored Republic. Sunday, February 8th, 2026. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Ezra A. Cohen. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Every FEMA agent involved in this grotesque scheme, every official who helped cover it up, will be brought to justice. The military alliance is dismantling FEMA's human trafficking network, and this time there's no escaping the consequences. FEMA's ultimate goal has always been population control through chaos. Disasters like Hurricane Helene are just opportunities for FEMA to test their sinister agenda. The White Hats have uncovered FEMA's plans for population reduction, codenamed Operation Cull, targeting not just disaster victims, but anyone who threatens the deep state's power. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, and it will all come to light. FEMA camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming. Guru Information and Intel. Sunday, February 8th. Leaked files. Top secret deep state operatives list exposed. These traitors planned America's total destruction from inside, and the globalist cabal fought to keep it hidden forever. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the dam has burst. In February 2026, White Hat military intercepts, Pentagon dumps, and sealed tribunal files have finally named the real shadow rulers who've been gutting our republic for decades. No guns, no bombs, just pure evil. Infiltration, bioweapons, mind control, trafficking, financial sabotage. They turned public health, science, and justice into weapons against we the people. Trump's iron will and quantum command ops are shredding their veil faster than they can rebuild. Arrest waves are surging, black sites are emptying, and these demons know the noose is tightening. Every failed hit on Trump proves their desperation. He's the one man who can burn their entire empire to ash. There never was. Sunday, February 8th, the EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Sunday, February 8th, remember Benghazi? 4 brave Americans, Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, Glenn Doherty, slaughtered on September 11, 2012, while Secretary of State Hillary Clinton let the terrorists overrun our compound. It was calculated deep state sacrifice to cover gun-running ops to Syrian rebels and hide the real agenda. Sunday, February 8th, 2026. CNN Washington Post lays off 1/3 of the staff. Sunday, February 8, 2026. DNC heads like Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta openly discussed a plan on how to overturn the election results if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings, to prevent the vote from going through. That's called treason. High alert. Saturday, February 7th, 2026, midnight. Fall of the Cabal. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, high noon. Universal Reset, Super Bowl. Public situation update as of Saturday, February 7th, 2026. Global quantum financial system integration accelerates worldwide. Mass arrests of deep state elites and exposure of massive corporate fraud are intensifying, with the Trump-Musk Doge audit revealing staggering financial scams, including a $14.6 billion medical scam, a $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam, and a $2.5 trillion JP Morgan bank silver manipulation. Military alliance operations are securing key zones, while Tier 4B redemption processes ramp up amid confirmed QFS activations. EBS on high alert, blackout warnings circulating in secure channels. The greatest wealth transfer in history, gold-backed currencies are live. Nasara Jasara reforms are enacting debt jubilee. Humanitarian projects are receiving funding. Trust the plan. The old cabal system is collapsing under the weight of truth and justice. Global currency reset revaluation progress. The global quantum financial system fully activated on Sunday, February 1st, 2026, without public announcement, transitioning away from fiat control to asset-backed rainbow currencies. ISO 20022 compliant systems are now dominant in major financial hubs, Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong. Sovereign rates are displaying on secure screens with one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced. Adjudicated settlements for Tier 4A are complete, paving the way for Tier 4B notifications. RV Tier 4B intel. Redemption centers, military protected, report increased activity in key zones. 800 number release sequences are in final prep stages, with NDA 72 to 96 hour windows expected imminently for humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets. Trusts are funded through St. Germain World Trust tranches and Dragon family bonds now redeemed. Off-ledger mirrored accounts have moved on ledger under quantum entanglement security locks. Military Global Alliance actions. Trump's military alliance, in coordination with Space Force and international partners, is executing large-scale operations. Mass arrests of cabal leaders continue across nations, with underground networks dismantled and rescued children receiving care. Borders are secured and elite units are handling high-level extractions. The Doge audit exposures are fueling global momentum against entrenched fraud. EBS blackout alerts. Comms blackout preparations, 48-hour windows, are synced with Mr. Pool Telegram signals and SGAnon updates. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Nisara Jasara mentions debt jubilee packets are uploaded and processing. Constitutional Republic restored under law as of early February 2026. Prosperity funds are flowing to rebuild families and nations under God's grace. Guru Information and Intel. Friday, February 6th, breaking intel explosion. RVGCR update. February 6, 2026, the floodgates are bursting open. Patriots, quantum financial system fully activated. Redemptions exploding worldwide. The wait is officially over. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is unleashing right now under full military white hat protection. Tier 4B notifications are blasting out at warp speed. Redemption centers are locked and loaded 24/7, and exchanges are kicking off like wildfire across the globe. Fleming confirms the quantum financial system has taken total control, deep state parasites stripped bare, fiat slavery system, Iraqi dinar screaming past $7 plus, Vietnamese dong pushing $3 and climbing, Zimbabweans redeeming at insane contract rates that turn everyday patriots into overnight sovereign trillionaires, higher exchange rates reserved for we the people at secure centers, Q phones, Q laptops, rainbow currency handed out as the new reality dawns. The shotgun start locked in irreversibly, rates on screen skyrocketing, humanitarian projects funded massively to rebuild the world the cabal tried to destroy, Nisara Jasara principles activated globally, debts forgiven, prosperity funds flooding in, taxes obliterated under the restored republic. Trump's true white hats forced the cabal's hand, EBS primed, mass arrests accelerating, and the pedo elite network facing swift military justice. This isn't hype, patriots, it's confirmation. Redemption centers staffed and buzzing, military overseeing every step to crush any interference. The deep state's desperate last gasps only prove their terror. They know the end game is here. Your blessings are incoming now. Get ready to step up as the new stewards of abundance, crushing poverty and funding the Great Awakening worldwide. The storm has arrived. The RV train has left the station, and nothing can derail it. Trump's plan is dominating. The Republic rises phoenix-like, and we the people reclaim everything stolen. God wins big. The greatest comeback ever is unfolding live. Stay locked in. Share this intel everywhere before they scramble to suppress it. The floodgates are wide open. Your time is here. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go one, we go all forever.
We already see it starting with the reevaluation of silver. Silver, I've been telling people, the only economic advice, I've been saying this for a decade, is to invest and get silver in your hands. Real silver, tangible, hold it in your hand coin, or silver bar, or a little silver bar or something, because it's so much more valuable than gold. And now you see it's starting to go. When silver goes to its full value, it will destroy the financial system of the world. And so then that's the great reset. It will reset all of the financials, and the Russians and the BRICS nations have already built another system that will take its place based on blockchain quantum, or quantum blockchain, more correctly stated, using their terminology. In the West, we would say quantum blockchain. And so that's already in place. So you can't, as Colonel Bossi said, have the collapse last too long. That's to last long enough. And the suffering and the misery of all of these things bring about has to last long enough so that certain parts of the financial reset can't last too long, or the black hats win. They will take over still. Now people say, well, when are they going to do this? When are the whites going to? They're not a massive, massive, massive force equal to the cabal's force. They're a guerrilla warfare group, essentially, doing worldwide guerrilla warfare. And they are winning because of the nature of the universe and the nature of our solar system and our galaxy. They are winning and they can't be stopped now. And they've gamed it out. They realized it too, but they're not going to give up. And so when you're up against superior forces, you have to pick your battles. You can't just go and do everything at once. When are they going to do this? When are they going to do that? You don't understand the art of war. If you're up against superior forces and you're on the attack, you've got to be careful on your timing and where and when you do what you do.
Saturday, February 7th, the state of Georgia is ground zero for election fraud exposure. Those rigged machines, fake ballots, and Soros-funded ops are about to get crushed under the weight of sealed indictments. Arrests coming any day now. Watch the news blackout turn into a flood of perp walks. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Saturday, February 7th, President Trump's FCC has just launched an investigation into The View. The probe stems from possible equal time violations for political candidates. Saturday, February 7th, former CIA director exposes secrets of the CIA. Saturday, February 7th, the financial system you were born into is officially dead. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. On November 22nd, 2025, the old Swift MT messaging system was permanently taken offline. This was not a simple software update. This was the controlled demolition of the financial architecture that has enslaved the planet for over 50 years. Every single bank on Earth was forced to migrate to one unified standard, ISO 20022. Why? Because the old system was designed to hide money, to move trillions through dark pools, offshore accounts, and shell corporations without a trace. ISO 20022 is the end of all of that. Every transaction now carries a full data package. Origin, destination, purpose, beneficiary. Every single dollar, euro, yuan is now tracked from source to settlement on an immutable ledger. This is not about banking efficiency. This is about total control of the grid. The assets of the new world, the assets that will power this new grid, have already been chosen. XRP, bridge currency for real-time cross-border settlement. Ripple's legal battles were a strategic delay to allow the infrastructure to be put in place. XLM peer-to-peer payments for the unbanked. Stellar's partnerships with the IMF and World Bank were not a coincidence. QNT, the universal interoperability layer. Quants over Ledger connects every blockchain to every legacy system. HBAR, enterprise-grade distributed ledger. Hedera's council includes Google, IBM, and Boeing. These are the architects. Algo, pure proof of stake, chosen by multiple nations for CBDC development. The geopolitical shift, BRICS confirmed, over 40 nations ready to integrate with their gold-backed settlement system. Gold is moving from west to east at unprecedented speed. Central banks are stockpiling physical gold, not dollars. This is the financial arm of a global military operation. The quantum leap. The quantum financial system is the back end, the unhackable satellite-based ledger that connects ISO 20022, blockchain settlement, and gold-backed verification into one transparent global network. Tier 4B is the final phase, the public exchange window. The media calls it conspiracy. The bankers call it migration. The military calls it operational. We call it the Great Reset. You were not meant to find this information, but you did. The clock is not ticking. The clock has already stopped. The new one is running. The signal is live. Friday, February 6th, Patel fires 11 FBI traitors. Deep state rats exposed and booted. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. In a quiet but ruthless purge last week, FBI Director Kash Patel personally axed 11 special agents, filthy traitors caught red-handed using official FBI emails and government-issued cell phones to spew venom against President Trump, ICE, and key administration figures. These were not minor gripes. These were outright acts of disloyalty and sedition on taxpayer dime. A high-level Bureau insider spilled the truth. Patel ramped up random audits through the Office of Professional Responsibility, audits that have skyrocketed under his watch to finally dismantle the Biden-era weaponization and root out every last disloyal snake. The insider declared Biden's systematic corruption made this necessary. We are using every tool to purge the disloyal, and we're just getting started. Take the Chicago trio. 3 field agents so arrogant they installed signal chat on their work phones, a blatant violation of federal record-keeping laws, to rant in a private group chat filled with pure hatred. They called Trump trash, mocked Kristi Noem as a cosplay queen, dreamed of Democrats regaining power to throw Trump and Patel in jail, and wished for the return of their puppet master Chris Wray. One raged, "To hell with Patel, they'll impeach him and Trump and we'll get a real leader back." They even slung vile insults at Patel's girlfriend Alexis Wilkins and our beautiful First Lady Melania Trump, spreading disgusting rumors and lies. Forensics recovered their deleted garbage, and boom, immediate termination, benefits stripped. Obvious deep staters, good riddance. But it did not stop there. 8 more agents in California, D.C., and New York got the axe for identical treasonous chatter on government devices. These fools thought they could plot against the president using FBI property. Trump derangement syndrome made them sloppy. Using work phones instead of burners, how dumb can you get? The insider hit hard. If we're catching these conspiracy idiots dumb enough to talk treason on FBI gear, imagine how many more are whispering the same filth in person or on personal devices. We may have to expand the scope big time. This builds on the 2025 expulsions. Patel is systematically draining the swamp, one traitor at a time. The deep state is panicking as the loyalty to President Trump and the Constitution replaces blind obedience to the cabal. These firings send a crystal clear message. No more hiding behind badges while stabbing America in the back. Patriots, the storm is raging. Kash Patel's the warrior we prayed for, purging the rot so the FBI can finally serve we the people again. The end for the deep state is near. Justice is coming fast, and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, spread the word, and watch the rats scatter. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go one, we go all. Saturday, February 7th. And here's the part they never explain on the mainstream channel, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. What happens after redemption is where the real transformation begins. Once funds are released into quantum accounts, the old rules no longer apply. No predatory taxation, no asset seizures, no centralized banking control. Every transaction is transparent, instant, and backed by real value. The QFS doesn't just move money, it protects sovereignty. Fraud becomes impossible. Corruption has nowhere to hide. This is why silence has been enforced for so long. Each redeemed individual becomes a custodian of restoration, not a consumer of debt. Your funds are not meant for reckless spending, but for rebuilding families, communities, infrastructure, and truth-based systems. Energy technologies unsealed. Education rewritten about indoctrination. This is the Great Awakening expressed through action. Humanitarian mandate activation. Upon redemption, participants will be guided to designate humanitarian objectives. Clean water, food security, orphan care, veteran restoration, debt relief, and technological upliftment. This is not optional. This is the moral cornerstone of Nasara Jasara. Wealth without purpose was the weapon of the old system. Wealth with conscience is the foundation of the new one. Why timing matters. Everything is synchronized. Military protection, legal dissolution of corrupt structures, financial release, information disclosure. Nothing is random. Nothing is rushed. The delay was never denial. It was alignment. When the switch flips, it flips globally. Those who prepared quietly will move first. Those who mocked will watch. Those who resisted will be forced to adapt. This is the end of survival mode. This is the return of lawful money. This is the restoration of mankind's birthright. Stay calm, stay grounded, stay ready. The system is live. The plan is irreversible. And history is about to remember who stood firm when the world changed.
Got another free trip. So thanks. This is my 5th one. I got a 6th one that I've already qualified for. I'm at the top for Hawaii. Thanks to everyone that uses LifeWave. Everyone that doesn't, you must be an NPC because you don't understand that this is basically replacing a system that is completely corrupt. Not completely. There's some doctors out there that do good work, right? They're few, far between, unfortunately, these days. But there are still doctors that, if you get injured, put you back together. These are usually outstanding doctors. But the pharmaceutical, so forth, is not so much, right? And we saw to awaken people. Now, I was with a group of people. Fortunately, because I do really well with the sales, thanks to you guys, that I sit at the top some of groups, and I'm sitting at the table last night with some amazing people. 2 different I guess preachers, all right, so and their wives, and both of them were outstanding. And then next to me was a former doctor, patches, or very, very easy to put those in your body, and your body responds. So, two guys in theology that teach theology, and they have huge groups that, because they're into God, and they've broken away from the traditional I guess religious system. They're still religious, and they teach about God and Jesus and so forth, but they've broken free from a very corrupt system. A lot of people still don't understand that. So a lot of people, probably NPCs that are still within those organizations, non-player characters. And we're going to talk about that. Dolores Cannon talked about that in detail, and I have a little clip that we're going to listen to about that. And then the doctor from Canada. As we know, Canada really came down hard on their people. And a lot of Canadians just went out and got the shot. They're very easygoing, very, very nice people. And they just went out and got the shot. And this happened in Australia. This happened in the United States. This happened in many places all over the world. Now, in the United States, we only had 70% of people get the vaccination. Now, NPCs in and of themselves are not bad, right? They're like characters in a movie, right? And our lives are movies. Our thoughts and our desires manifest what we want to experience. Those of us that have high consciousness and understand that we're here for a purpose. People that have no purpose, don't understand, that we're in a spiritual war, good against evil. Donald Trump is highlighting this very well. I think that's his chosen path. And, we have the evil side and we have the good side, and the NPCs, lots and lots of NPCs that are just basically making this a movie for us to be characters in our movie. It would be, a bummer if it was just you and no one else. So I want to share with you what somebody put out in a chat just recently in one of the shows that I just did. All right, I think I might have to pull that back up. I think I might have lost it. All right. So sometimes when you come in and do these shows, you start to lose a little programming because you don't see it. So anyway, I'm gonna pull up the screen where it had my last show. So in my last show, I talk about the I went into detail. I talked about Super Bowl, and I said it's horrific. Right? It's a satanic event. Halftime show, absolutely satanic. I talked about the Olympics. No one's watching the Olympics. I guess a lot of people watch the Super Bowl. It was the first time in history that was in every single country on the planet being televised. So maybe that's why they did the Super Bowl halftime show and they have Bad Bunny come out and do it in Spanish. Is Spanish the highest number of speakers in the world now? I don't know, but the Super Bowl no longer is for Americans. It's, I guess, for the world. And so Americans, I think, should reject it. But there are people that are still going to watch it, even though I've proven that it's rigged. Right? I've proven that all professional sports are rigged. Right? They know who the winners are, and they're going to. There's people that bet. They make a lot of money on that, and they know who the winner is going to be. All right? Just like they are very negative, very bad people most of the time. That are involved in this, and they have the highest child trafficking event. That one-day event is the highest child trafficking event at the Super Bowl anywhere on earth, right? So we put all this information out, but still people continue to watch the Super Bowl, right? But it seems like, I look at people, it's like when they had all those players knelt during the national anthem, and they dishonored all the veterans and the flag and so forth. That was it for me. So a lot of people have been, rejecting it for a long time. This Bad Bunny is another rejection for a lot of people. So we're having this happen. And why? It's because this is what's helping to wake people up. So we have these NPCs that are still watching this and, getting involved in this. And we're like, how the hell can these people still watch this thing? Right? Professional sports is completely rigged, all of it. So, and satanic people are involved in it, and trying to, tear down our culture, our president, and so forth. That's righting wrongs right now, I believe, and there's going to be there's a divisiveness now in the United States, and I don't know, maybe the rest of the world. That believes in a, Luciferian, satanic, ritualistic, culture. And that the nanny state, the government, should have complete control and run our lives. And then there's those of us that are not open to that at all. And, we're going to probably going to have to push back pretty hard on this. So that's coming to a head. We'll see. A lot of people just want to believe that President Trump is going to do it, and we can just worship him and believe that he's going to handle all of our problems. We're going to have to get involved, right? It's getting to the point where nothing's happening, so we're going to get involved. So we'll talk about more of that as time goes on. I've been talking about that a lot, but I want to get into this this thing about the NPCs. This is a real thing. And something that, it's not a new thing. It's something that has been around for a very long time. Just most people aren't aware of it, I guess, so we're going to look at that and I'll give you guys some more insights on it. All right. So I'm pulling up the video that I did. I just went in the comments and I saw, a lot of people not watching Super Bowl. The sports world has gone to hell, literally and figuratively. NFL does either of these anymore. I cannot participate in evil. Very good, very good. I believe these are awake people, that are making these comments. Now, this one woman said, "I just played your video for my husband. He listened for the first 3 minutes. Said, I'm going back to watch the game. I'm so tired of this fight," she says. My whole family is asleep. 5 years of trying to educate them is getting old. And a people out there like you is music to my ear. So there's many of us out here that are awake. All right. So millions, maybe a billion. I don't know. Maybe not that many. But there's many that are awake, that have consciousness, that have a soul, and that are rising in consciousness. Now, there were lots and lots of replies to that, 23 saying it's not up to us to wake people up. A lot of people said that. Keep the faith. Unfortunately, you can't wake up zombies. My friends and family are the same. So it's the same thing, guys, as NPC. So are you married to an NPC? Or is your family NPCs? It's very possible. All right. And again, that's not a dig on them. It's not something negative. It is something that has been transpiring here on Earth for as long as humans have been here, I believe. Right. So there are certain beings that come here that are just, part of the movie that we're creating. So again, we, the people, have to awaken from this zombie land and these people that are controlling us in our governments, our medical institutions, through our police force and so forth. We're trying to awaken all these people, but a lot of these people are zombies and a lot of these people are pure evil. All right. So you have pure evil, you have zombies, and you have people that are consciously awakening and want to reach higher states of consciousness on a positive level. Right. So let's look at what Dolores Cannon said about the backdrop people, or the NPCs, the non-player candidates. All right. So the same thing. And again, like I said, it's not a negative. They're part of the backdrop, right? The backdrop people. All right, let's listen to this.
Dive with me into the fascinating realm of backdrop people, a concept that likens life to the making of a film, where extras fill the scene, enriching the story's world. As we journey through life, we're accompanied not just by key players, but by these extras. Imagine the monotony of a movie starring only one person. Life, too, thrives on the presence and interaction with others. This innate desire for connection prompts our subconscious to populate our world with backdrop people, crafting a vibrant scene for our personal narrative. Yet, it's crucial to differentiate between those in our lives who are on their own paths of evolution, with whom we share soul contracts, and the backdrop people. The former are genuine individuals, each embarking on their unique journey and purpose. The latter, however, play a different role. They're not real in the sense we might think. They exist as pure energy. Unlike the significant figures in our life or those journeying towards self-awareness, backdrop people fulfill a distinct function. They provide the semblance of a busy, populated world around us. As outlined in Dolores Cannon's teachings, these backdrop individuals aren't sentient beings with souls, but are more akin to holographic projections, resembling the hologram characters in science fiction. They might interact with us and seem authentic, yet they lack the consciousness depth we possess. Essentially, they're energy taking human form. What distinguishes backdrop people is their energetic signature. While souls on their evolutionary journey radiate a high, vibrant energy, backdrop people emit a lower, denser vibration.
A lower, denser vibration. So by a lower, denser vibration, we can look at these backdrop people, these NPCs, and see them for what they are. They're part of our landscape, a populated world that we need for our soul development. So they're there for us to a certain degree, sometimes in a positive way, and then sometimes in a negative way. So you're seeing, a lot of these governors like Gavin Newsom, total, very evil person, and then he's surrounded by NPCs or backdrop people to help him create the world that he is trying to create, along with other very evil people, other evil governors and mayors and and so forth, doctors and nurses, and not all of them are backdrop and are evil, but there are a lot of them. So you have to start to recognize that you don't get caught up in, like that one unfortunate woman is trying to convince possibly an NPC that he needs to awaken. He's not going to awaken. That's not part of his purpose here, right? Part of his purpose is to give you a backdrop, right? To be, I guess, your mate, and be a backdrop. So I don't know. Is that what you want for your life? I mean, I believe in the sanctity of marriage. I believe that we should be together. But if you're with someone that's a backdrop person, and you start to realize that, I don't know, is maybe you're not getting the kind of connection you need, or maybe that's all you need. You just need somebody simple. I don't know. So, and somebody that watches the Super Bowl, when you've told them that it's part of something that's very evil, and they don't care. They want to eat their hot dog, they want to drink their beer, and they want to root for their team, even though their team it's already been decided who's going to win. They don't care. They don't care, right? So, and you shouldn't care, right? You shouldn't care anymore. If you're trying to awaken someone that you believe has a sole purpose here, but has gotten off track, that's one thing. But an NPC or a backdrop person, waste of time, right? Or someone that is on an evil path, right? Is dedicated and is not going to be, pulled off an evil path. You can try. That's very courageous. That's very good. And some people do come off that evil path. They lose, their focus, and they get on that evil path. And there's plenty of people that bring people off of that. That's very courageous. It's very beautiful. But don't get caught up into it. Don't get caught up in that. Some people are just NPCs, guys. All right. So another thing that I wanted to get into is Tulsi Gabbard. All right. So Tulsi Gabbard, I believe there's a strong possibility. Again, it's a manifestation of our collective, we the people, ideals and our sole focus. And who do we see going forward that's going to serve our greater purpose? And so I don't know why she came into and I was like, one of those times where I'm like, I'm gonna get beat up on this one, but it's like, put it out there. Okay, God. All right, so Tulsi Gabbard, possible president after Donald Trump. So I don't know why. And maybe it could be a possibility that's maybe has a chance, and maybe it will grow and maybe not. I don't know. She was a Democrat candidate for president at one time, and she saw the complete evil of the Democrat Party and broke away from it. And now I won't say that she's a Republican, but she's ostracized by the Democrat Party. So I guess in a way, because she's working in a Republican government, she's selected for DNI, Director of National Intelligence, then I guess she's Republican now. Whatever that means. I don't look at or agree with any of these different political figures. I just see someone has potential of leading our country, and that's all I'm looking at. All right, I'm not looking at something or someone that everybody loves, or they get the money from the Republicans and they're in a position where normally they get elected or whatever. Right. So, Mike Flynn and Tulsi, absolutely not. All right. So definitely Tulsi as president, but definitely not Mike Flynn. So now let's look at one of the things that Tulsi Gabbard is looking at. And that is something that I have brought up quite a bit. And it's something that we as a country and the world really needs to look at, because this is something that is, to be quite frank, I think is evil. All right. All right, so let's look at this.
My husband begged me not to make this video, but as I sat 50 feet away from Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, a veteran and a woman that has gone through hell to protect our freedoms, when I heard her warn of the #1 threat to America, I knew I had to share my heart. So I'm going to share with you what she shared with us and tell you why we have to act now. This is a direct quote. She said, "There's a threat to our freedom
that is not often talked about enough. And it is the greatest near and long-term threat to both our freedom and our security. And that is the threat of Islamist ideology."
Guys, she's not warning of religion. She's talking about ideology. And Islamism isn't about personal faith. It's about governance. It's where religious law is above civil law. Tulsi goes even further.
It is propagated by people who not only do not believe in freedom, their fundamental ideology is antithetical to the foundation that we find in our Constitution and Bill of Rights, which is that our Creator endowed upon us inalienable rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
But Sharia.
All right, so for me, a good portion of my life was spent in the Middle East, combating terrorists and fighting against insurgents and all that kind of stuff. I'd say for I'm 65, so for a good 30 years, because I was in the SEAL teams for 24 years and CIA for 11 years, so 35 years. For most of that time, we trained and we planned for fighting Muslim extremists, and they are in our country now on a massive scale. They have been slipped in under our nose, and they are a massive threat. And Tulsi Gabbard sees this.
It's very different. Rights vary based on belief and gender, and you are either Muslim or you're an infidel, and life does not go well for you if you're an infidel.
But this Islamist ideology is a direct threat to our freedom because at its core, it is a political ideology that seeks to create a global caliphate that governs us here in America, threatening Western civilization, governance by Sharia law, governance by what they are calling their Islamic principles.
Tulsi Gabbard explains that Sharia law is so dangerous because if you
fail to comply, if you fail to adhere to this ideology, if you dare to exercise your God-given right to free speech, censorship is not what we face. They will use violence or any means they deem as necessary to silence us.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, Mercedes, calm down. You're overreacting. But I'm going to prove to you in this video how every institution has been infiltrated. Educational institutions, zoning and city planning. Guys, even our food supply is tainted. In fact, I bet money there's a mosque being built in a city near you. And this has been in the works for decades. The problem, be it the Somali population in Minnesota, Mandami in New York, Epic City in Plano, Texas, look at Dearborn, Michigan, heard of Patterson, New Jersey, back to bite us. Till the end.
Against this, and it has infiltrated the United States. So Tulsi Gabbard, like I said, has definitely a handle on this. She, being part of the Army, National Guard, and intelligence side, she knows this on a very great level. We saw her, come out and say that Ukraine had bioweapon labs, and she was, she got a lot of pushback on that. Mitt Romney said that she was treasonous, should have been executed. But then eventually the military came out and said, well, actually, we do have a lot of bioweapon labs in Ukraine. So I think that those bioweapon labs are going to start coming to America because I think we're not going to be able to control Ukraine like we have in the past. I think Russia is doing a good job, and they're going to hammer Ukraine and basically take that back into the Russian sphere of influence. So, which is a good thing for the world. So I don't think that anyone else is up to speed on this, guys. Tulsi Gabbard is the one that's really going to have to, focus on this and clean this out of America. Let it fester somewhere else. All right. We spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, trying to keep this out of the shores of America, and now it's in. So let's just get it out. It's another one of those things where I said there's evil and there's NPCs. So there's a lot of evil in this Islamist, groups that are in America now. A lot of evil. Right. So here we have a mayor of New York City that has won. And we have them all around the country now. There's lots of Muslim mayors. There's lots of going to take someone with a lot of focus and know-how to rid our country of this evil that has infiltrated. So not only do we have the craziness from the political side, the Democrat side, which is stealing elections and allowing these Islamists to come in and take over, but we also have political types that are steadfast and trying to stop the cleanup of our country.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come, time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight 11:11, the Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history. By activating the quantum financial system, QFS, across the globe, 100% live gold/asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset, GCR, has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q Global Military Alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sitar, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special forces teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Hollywood shickos, big pharma poison pushers. Straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies when the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat US dollar. The affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of US taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour, or 10 days of darkness, we don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state's assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service, IRS, was turning into the External Revenue Service, ERS. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the DOJ audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. Nizara/Jazara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts. With redemption centers guarded by special forces, Tier 4B, US, the internet group who hold foreign currency and ZIM bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange/redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system. Expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing, over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who is at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges including most of the Supreme Court and their NGOs. In the last 90 days alone 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silent.